so cool. I believe. Oh, very cool. Oh, of course.
The truth is out there.
The truth is out there, guys. That's right. Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Horror Green Book, the channel that takes you from coast to coast and con to con. I am your travel guide, Brendan, and we are back here in Sharonville, Ohio. Or, you know, if you're not as familiar, you can say Cincinnati for Horrorhound Cincinnati. And it is, you know, in the middle of March, so it is that time, you know, it's con season, so we're here to have a great time. We have the cast of the Terrifier franchise in the house. We have people like Spencer from Ice 9 Kills in the house. We have Linda Blair. We have Ty West. We have Henry Winkler. And the list goes on and on, travelers. If you're familiar with my Horrorhound convention videos, then you will know that it is quite a fun time in Ohio. There's a reason why I make sure to come every single time that I can, travelers. So, needless to say, let's come in and check out Horrorhound for this year and have a blast. And here we have the horror fans here for Horrorhound lining up next to the Sharonville Convention Center. Guys, I'm here maybe a good hour before doors open, so this is the calm before the storm on Friday. Saturday is going to be absolute madness. So let's go and enjoy a good Friday. Alright, we got the Horrorhound signage. It's going to be a celebration of underground horror vendors, guest screenings, and more. Oh man, it's going to be a lot to explore, guys. So let's get to it. Okay, this isn't too crazy at all. I could definitely work with this. I have seen the line on Saturdays, and it wraps and wraps and wraps. So this is way more manageable. Okay, travelers, we are in the hallway, looping around. 30 minutes before general admission is supposed to be let in. VIPs have been in for about 30 minutes. I'm ready for this weekend to start. Okay, guys, we are in here hanging out before the festivities. Can you feel it, travelers? Can you feel it in the air? And I love seeing Horror Show Jack here. They're definitely a very cool business. And since I'm here early, I should probably get fitted for some fangs, guys. What do you think? I think it would be a perfect time to do it. And of course you have the menu here and the prices. They look fantastic, guys. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get some. It's beyond time, guys. Alright guys, it is time to officially get fanged, guys. So if you're interested, go ahead and check them out, horrorfangs.com. I know you can also find them on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and the like. Definitely check them out. Alright guys, I want to make sure to take care of this pretty early while here this weekend. I remember last year speaking with everyone here at the booth, and they said it's best to go ahead and get it in early because there's a chance that you may possibly get it that weekend. But if you don't, then you could possibly have it sent to you. So it's very cool to actually finally get a set made, guys. I've been wanting to for a while now, so it's awesome to have this done. Okay, travelers, I have something very special for you. I am at the official merch table for Horrorhound Weekend, and they have this limited edition magazine called The Art of Horror Music. So I will be doing a giveaway on the channel, guys. I will give away 3 copies of The Art of Horror Music, and let me show you what they have in here, guys. I mean, they have portrayals here. You got Twin Temple, one of my favorites, love them. We got Meatloaf being in Rocky Horror Picture Show, Scatman Carruthers in The Shining, Isaac Hayes. I mean, so they have musician portrayals of being in horror movies, and even metal in horror. Guys, this is going to be a fun item to have in your collection, guys. So if you are interested in winning one of these, what you'll need to do is like the video, comment what is your favorite horror music moment, whether it could be a song from a score, an artist being in a horror movie, anything horror music related. And make sure that you are a subscriber, guys. You will have 1 week to get your entries in, and then after that, the winners will be announced on a live watch party. The date will be in the description, and the deadline date to have your submission in will be in the description, guys. So you don't want to miss out on owning one of these.
Hallmark Christmas meets horror, Terrifier 3. How the hell are you today? That looks awesome right there. Come on, up front, come on. Right down here, all right? Right down here. Have a seat, make friends, come on, get in here. All right. Without any further ado, I'm gonna bring out some folks that you guys have been waiting for, okay? Let's hear it. First and foremost, Damien! Ladies and gentlemen, Lauren Lavera! The ultra-talented, and if you get a chance, go see him in concert tomorrow night, Elliot! All right, so let's start. I think that's it. Is there one more? Good. Hold on. David Howard Thornton! So, you guys made a Christmas movie. I was flipping through Hallmark the other night and I saw it on and I was like, oh, this is not the typical stuff that the wife has me watch. So, how did that all come about, like the Christmas theme? What made you kind of go to that direction?
That was really Phil Falcone's idea, our producer. One day we were shooting Terrifier 2, and because that movie took forever to make, and we were going through years and seasons, and I was driving to set one day during Christmas, and Phil just kind of looked at me. It was a 4-hour drive going from where we were sleeping to where we were shooting, and he goes, you know, we should put art in Christmas one day. That would be interesting. It was just that simple. And as soon as he said that, I was like, that's a brilliant idea, because I love Christmas horror movies, always have. It's one of my favorite horror subgenres, and I love maniac Santa Clauses. But I never thought, what could I do with a maniac Santa Claus, because it's been done so many times. So I just appreciate it. But then when I heard that, I said, if I put him in a Santa costume now, that's going to make the whole maniac Santa Claus trope fresh, and it's going to make art fresh. It's going to give him something new to play with, especially just all those amazing Christmas scenarios you can put Art the Clown in now, especially for comedy situations. I thought would be fantastic. And just the fact that he's already carrying this big garbage bag, this big bag of goodies over his shoulder, it was just perfect. So, but I got to give credit to Phil. It was Phil's, planted that seed.
When I first saw the bartender, like walking into the bar, my first thought was, oh, poor Daniel Roebuck. Poor guy. Like I kind of knew that something was going to happen with it, and every single kill just gets higher and higher and higher, with the exception of one that happened off screen, which is like the big question that everybody keeps asking: is Jonathan really dead? So
glad you flagged it now. Let's get it out of the way.
Well, you just got to kind of bury the lead on stuff. So, what do you guys think? Is he dead, really, or?
No way.
He's not dead yet.
I will say this, because it's become such a polarizing topic. that I will not confirm whether or not he's alive or dead, because I will give you absolute closure in part 4. All right? So. Why are y'all clapping? Sick.
What does that mean?
Well, I think that, you know, did you get a script for recording?
No, not yet.
Man, you're screwed. I'm sorry.
No, nobody's got it. I'm still writing it. I think Lauren and Dave have some little nuggets over the years. I mean, because again, there's a lot of things I knew I was going to do with part 4. You know, while I was making part 2, I knew where this was going to go. So I would tell them both, you know, oh, this is going to happen here. This new character is going to, you know. So, but it's always changing. So I'm going to be excited to finally share it with everybody, because they really have no idea where it goes, and it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Very ambitious. By far the most ambitious thing I've ever written. So it's going to be. How are we going to do that? It's going to be a lot of that.
Lauren, I fell down a YouTube rabbit hole a few days ago of Gillian Keys, and just watching you in some of that stuff, I'm dying to see some comedy brought to the Terrifier franchise from you.
First of all, yeah, if you've never seen Gillian Keys with Shane Gillis, does anybody know who Shane Gillis is, the comedian? He's a so I worked on, and even Kaylee, who plays Brooke in Terrifier 2, she's from Philly, so check it out, guys. It's really cool. It's a fun skit. It's a comedy show. Yeah, no, I would love to do comedy. I've been studying comedy for a few years now, and it's funny because comedy is not easy. I mean, Dave and I have spoken about this because he's just a comedic genius. It just comes very naturally to him. I cry very easily, but when it comes to comedy, it's very hard for me. It's like timing and everything. But I don't know, maybe if Damien believes in me, he'll write a little comedy scene and I'll put it on him.
You know I believe in you. Let's do it. Next one's full-on comedy.
That's not
going to be a musical.
Oh my God, we should sing at each other.
Yeah.
You have to sing though.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Oh, I can totally sing. I'm actually a trained singer, so.
Yeah, there you go.
4.5 octave range, baby.
The first silent musical.
Thank God.
The sound of silence.
I think that's copyrighted. Gotta watch out for that stuff. So, Elliot, tomorrow night you're going to be playing across the way there. So, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on?
The show tomorrow, right? Yeah, that's going to be no pressure on my part. I'm only opening for Corey Taylor. I've even seen Slipknot live, so it's going to be an absolute honor to share, open up with Corey Taylor. And of course, Clownfest. It's going to be a great time, so hope to see y'all there.
Yeah.
Please go check him out tomorrow night, because it's going to be awesome. Like I said, he said right, he is opening for Corey Taylor. So, and you grew up a huge metalhead. What is your favorite all-time metal band?
I know it's a little bit basic, but I have to go Black Sabbath. I mean, alright, I'll take it. I mean, it's just got one of my favorite discographies of all time. I actually got to meet Ozzy Osbourne, too. Oh my God, one of the craziest experiences of my entire life. But yeah, forever, Black Sabbath, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, that album in particular, one of my favorites of all time.
I totally thought you were going to say Jared Ellison Brown.
Skinamarink,
myself
right?
there.
The Skinamarink one?
Yeah.
Skinamarink. 80s kids know what I'm talking about.
Woo!
Raffi.
So, dude, you've got some cool stuff coming out too. You've got Screamboat coming out.
Woo!
I'm gonna ruin your childhood. Yeah, that's coming out on April 2nd into select theaters. We're hoping to get it extended, just like how Terrifier 2 and 3 came out originally, where we just had a limited run, and we got those extended for weeks on weeks on weeks, and we're hoping the same's gonna happen with Screamboat. And so if you can, go get your tickets now, because that's how the theaters are basically assessing if they're going to keep the the movies in the theaters longer. It's a stupid idea because it's like no one buys tickets in advance usually. So but that's how they gauge how long they're going to keep a movie in the theater. So go get your tickets now for it. You're going to have a lot of fun. I call it a splat stick comedy. It's a very silly movie because I'm in like about a 2-foot tall mouse running around on a boat on the Staten Island ferry killing people, and it's just silliness. And if you're a Disney fan, you're going to have a blast with this one too, because there's tons of Disney jokes. Our own Kaylee is in that as well. She's playing one of the Disney princesses, Cindy. So she's in there, and she's hysterical in this thing. And there's so many other people you probably might recognize in this movie too. It's just fun, and just go in there and have fun. It's over the top craziness and gore and all that good stuff too. So yeah, there's a lot of gore, so have fun with that. So, it's a wonderful world of Willie.
It can be taken so many different ways.
Oh, it really could be. Oh yeah, I had fun when they first released the first images of Willie. I'm like, hey everybody, you can see my Willie now. So many jokes we had there.
I went and saw Evil Dead Rise with him a couple of years back, and I couldn't make it through the entire movie without laughing because we had, Herbert the Pervert sitting beside me, and we had like all of the different voices that he was going through, and we were just having a blast with this gory movie that was on screen, and I have to thank you guys in no small part to bringing back the gore, because there's so many films that are coming out now. Like I watched Hard Eyes recently. Has anybody seen that?
So good.
A lot of good blood in that. A lot of good stuff. Like it's things are kind of going back to the old bloody days now, I think. And that's something that I think you've really kind of helped along, Damien, with Terrifier, with Ninth Circle, with everything that you've done, all Hallows Eve. So let's hear it for him on that. I mean, he's
really. It seems like people are bringing back comedy now to horror movies, and they're also bringing the gore back, because it's not just Hard Eyes. I noticed that also with Companion had a lot of that in it, as well as The Monkey. Of course, Thanksgiving. So it's like it seems like there's like a new renaissance of slasher comedies happening right now, which I'm ecstatic about. Also, Novocaine, even though it's not really a slasher or a horror movie, that was a lot of fun. Had some great kills in it too. So y'all go see some movies, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely cyclical, the slasher genre. I would say horror is always consistent, but the subgenre is always cyclical. You'll go through your different phases, your found footage, your possession movies, haunted house, all that. And it's been a while since slasher movies, especially really gory movies, have been at the forefront of the theatrical release. So if we did have something to do with that, that's amazing. We definitely, sort of rattled the MPA for sure. So I think because of the success of Terrifier 3 and the fact that it was unrated, and all you guys just, really showed up for that, which is amazing. Thank you. But it showed them like, ooh, people really, they're into this stuff, and doesn't matter if it's unrated. So they're starting to be a little more lenient now with R-rated movies, and they're pushing the levels of gore, because I don't think they want to lose their jobs and become obsolete. So I think you're going to see a lot of gory movies, a lot more gory mainstream movies coming out. So have fun. Enjoy it while it lasts.
even something like the found footage. You're talking about like found footage and slashers, like Violent Nature. That was that was just something that was really cool. Kind of mixed the two together. But one thing that I'm really liking seeing is I can look out here and I see a lot of like younger people that are definitely in the movie. Like my daughter at the time was 16 and she was like, sent me the trailer for Terrifier 3, and I was like, yeah, I know it's coming out. And she's like, we're gonna go see it, right? So we sat and we watched 2 together. She watched 1 without me because I didn't want to watch the hacksaw scene with her, but
bathroom break.
I gotta go make food. But so she was all in and all stoked to go see it. She was super happy and super excited. And there were a lot of younger folks in the theater too. Like it wasn't just the old guys like me anymore in the theater. So young people embrace the horror movies now, embrace the gore. Thank you so much for going out to movies now.
Yeah, a lot of kids, like really little kids, love art. Even, and we hear this at the cons all the time. The parents will come up and I'll see like a 5-year-old. And I'm like, have they seen this yet? It's like, no, but they just really like the way he looks. And they're like, oh, not yet, a couple more years. And I think that's just the cutest thing ever. Because that was me. That was me when I was that age, you know? Only my mother let me watch anything. Probably the reason why I'm here right now. But no, it's very cool. I love that.
And you had like the kids coming up to you, you had a little kid with like a art sitting on the toilet, Funko Pop, and he's like, this is hilarious, sign this one. I love that.
Oh, it makes me so happy. I love it because that's how it was. Like in our generation, you know, we had Chucky and Freddy and all those guys, and it's like it's cool that there's a character and hopefully some more characters are being created with other films for this newer generation that they can grow up with. So I think it's cool just being part of that pantheon of like horror gods for a new generation in a weird way. So it's pretty cool.
Let's start out with this young lady here in the chair.
Okay, Damien, this one's for you. Because if there's anybody in the world that's gonna know the answer to this question, it'll be you. So, this has been bothering me for 3 movies, but are we gonna see anything about Art's origins in 4? And David, would you want to see that? Do you have any ideas about that? You're so good.
Yes, I've announced this. You are going to find out his origin story in part 4. Okay. Yeah, I've known it for quite some time. I've spoken to you about it a long time ago. Some things have changed since then, so he still doesn't quite know exactly how it unfolds. So I'm excited. But I'm super excited because that's clearly something that could go off the rails if you don't treat it carefully. And I love the mystique of Art the Clown, and that's one of the most important things. So it's a fine line that I'm gonna walk. That's in no way gonna ruin the character. So if you have any concerns about that, don't have concern. It's gonna be really awesome. Excited for you guys to see that.
Do you think it's got the potential to ruin characters like that one? Like, were you disappointed with Freddy Krueger's origin when that kind of came out?
Not really, but I think you could. I think it could be dangerous to elicit too much sympathy for a villain, where they have this sort of backstory where you're like, it's like you empathize. You're like, I see where he's coming from. I kind of feel bad for this person. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that works, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. I mean, for like Art the Clown is supposed to be the most despicable, evil character. That's it. I don't want any sympathy for this character whatsoever. So you're not going to get a backstory like that, or it's like what molded this person to become this killer.
He was a public school teacher. I'm speaking from experience. I'm a public school teacher. So.
You should have snapped long before now.
I was just in my internship. I'm like, oh, fuck this. No child left behind. Every child's gonna get left behind.
Like a good example is Hannibal Lecter. I think it's way better when you don't know what made Hannibal Lecter, and then as you go down the line, they start going into his childhood and what made him. It's like I like the mystique more because that character, in and of itself, is just sort of this larger-than-life character, and then you just start to humanize him a little too much. I think it loses its power.
We never did find out exactly why the coyote's chasing the Roadrunner.
You don't need to.
Roger, you got something?
Yeah, I got a young lady here.
Yeah, hey guys, I won't take up too much of your time. As you can see, it's a pretty long line behind me. I have a question for all of you. I haven't really noticed a trend with why you kill who you kill, which is kind of amazing. And then also, what is your favorite kill?
I think my favorite kill is still the alley bedroom scene in Terrifier 2.
Yeah.
I'm most proud of that because it was the hardest one to pull off. and it got tougher for us because now we knew that we had to one-up the kill from part 1 that everybody would talk about the hacksaw scene. So it was like, oh, are we going to be able to do that and deliver something that's as cool? So that was rewarding that it was it was cool for you guys and you really dug it. That's important in these films. Now he will kill anybody. It does not matter who it is, what age. It doesn't matter. Animals, anything. Sorry to say, but yeah. Again, he is absolutely despicable. But that being said, like killing children was a big. It was more controversial before the movie even came out, just based on that teaser. People were like, oh my God, he's going to mutilate children now. They thought I was going to do it in a way, the way we killed Allie in the bedroom scene. That was just really repulsive. But for me personally, it's like you could go too far, where you're trying too hard to shock now, shock the audience and just throw whatever you can at the screen. And I think you could be more creative than that. I don't think we have to do that all the time. And I actually wanted to go in the opposite direction with this child being killed and say, everybody expects excess with Terrifier. That's what we're known for, right? It's going to be a 4-minute kill scene. You're going to see everything. I said, what if I subvert expectations now and we don't show anything? I just rely on sound design for this kill. And that was so exciting for me. And that was, I think, more shocking at the end of the day because now you're using your imagination to put the pieces together of what's going on in that bedroom. So, yeah, so you don't have to show it.
Can I just say, it annoys the hell out of me when people are like, children, I just watched Nosferatu for the first time. He drinks that child's blood and just throws it to the side like a friggin' rag doll. Sorry, spoilers, guys. I mean, it's Nosferatu, you get it. So I'm annoyed that I looked at Andrea as my spouse and I'm like, are they fucking kidding right now? Because we got so much shit. Anyway, yeah.
I guess you could say they suck.
Yeah, my favorite kill is what Damien was talking about. It changes depending on my mood that day, but I really love the first kill in Terrifier 3, the child. When the child dies, I love it. You see it off screen, and I loved that because it's truly the antithesis of what Terrifier has been thus far. And I remember, I think I was sitting next to Dave when I saw it, and I think I grabbed him. I was like, what? Just listening to it was genius, and the sound design was really beautiful. Beautiful for this. And yeah, but all the kills are incredible. It just depends on the day.
The rat scene got me bad.
Yeah.
When I was watching it in the premiere, I was eating popcorn at the time. I actually felt a little nauseous. I had to put it down. I didn't touch that popcorn for the rest of that night. But I can't imagine. I have bad OCD, so I can't imagine having rats crawling in your neck. No way.
No, that's the thing that made me bleh. So, I can't stand puke, so.
I still have to release that footage. You do. We have footage of him getting freaked out while we're shooting.
It's hysterical. Jerks. But my favorite, I really love the Santa kill. That was my personal favorite one because I had so much fun that whole entire week. That was my favorite week I've had on set on anything I've worked on so far because I got to do a scene with these men that I grew up watching in films my whole entire life with Clint Howard and Brendan Stryker and of course Daniel Roebuck, and it's like Danny is such a pro. I can also tell he's a former stage actor, and he knows how to play the straight man so well, and he knows how to just throw you the jokes. He was just constantly just making up his own dialogue when I'm torturing him, and I'm like, it was like take after take was different things that I'm like, this is just brilliance that he's coming up with. So it just made that scene more fun for all of us, I think, involved in it. It was just. And I kind of felt like a Batman villain in a way too, just the whole liquid nitrogen type of kill, just freezing a guy to death and just cutting him, not cutting him, but smashing him to pieces. It was just fun. It looked so cool too. It's and we actually wanted to go a little bit further with it. We just ran out of time. Well, so I was going to make him into a full snowman. I was going to take some coal and light him on fire and shove him into his eye sockets. But we didn't have time. But the carrot works. So I love that scene though. That's personally my favorite kill.
So we got one over here, and then Roger, we've got a young lady down here. If you'll come down.
Okay, I have two questions if you don't mind. For the first one,
what was your guys' like favorite moment or like behind the scenes bloopers?
Bloopers from part 1 is Dave riding the bike as art, and that was so much fun, and it was the middle of the night, it was like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, we were so delirious, and he had to kind of train himself quickly how to ride that bike just to fit on that bike with the clown shoes, and he just kept crashing and he's singing, because he can say whatever he wants and we'll just take the audio out, so there's so many times where he's like speaking or laughing or making sounds as we're shooting the movie. There's some funny behind the scenes of him singing Queen as he's yeah, and I lost it a couple of times, so that was a great blooper. And I kept it in the movie when he crashes and kind of falls to his side. That wasn't he was supposed to. Things like that happen all the time. Bloopers? Anybody? Favorite fight behind the scene?
I don't know if it's like considered a blooper, but we would kind of like fart a lot in Terrifier.
Yeah, my least favorite.
I'm sorry.
No, he had this one. I was like, holy crap. He's like, because it's like maybe like 4 o'clock in the morning. We're exhausted and we're sitting on the crash pad, and while they're setting up lights, he's like, hey Dave. And I'm like, yeah, buddy. What? And he's like, I could not stop laughing for about 5 minutes.
I was right next to them, by the way. I'm laying on the ground in blood, and I'm like, are you guys kidding?
His dad's on the side going, that's my boy!
I apologize.
Oh, that's brilliant. So I love fart humor, so that I'm gonna be like old man in a nursing home still ripping one and just laughing my head off. So. And that's like one of my favorite bloopers. That's why I call myself Fart the Clown. It's the scene where I'm clubbing Kaylee to death and she's on the ground and I'm like reeling back with the club and I just go, oh no. I didn't know that I heard it at first. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen. And I just hear the entire video village is cracking up and Kaylee's on the ground. I'm like, oh God, no. Y'all heard that? They're like, yeah. It's like, I'm sorry. It was the beef tips. Phil's beef tips. Don't eat Phil's beef tips.
You have part 2?
Yeah, for my second question, if all of you were in a horror movie, who do you think would be the first to die?
It'd definitely be me.
It wouldn't be Lauren, I'll tell you that.
I would probably
She's
dumb. Like, you have no idea. Like, I make terrible decisions. I'm just like, oh, this is the way, right? I have no sense of direction. I would probably, we'd all die together. Suicide pact, let's go.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably be a contender to die, but unless I just ran, just bolted, maybe they would have a chance to catch up, but other than that, I don't know.
I'm too tired to run at this point.
We've all given up. We're like, we're all ready to die. Let's just go.
I'm tired of ragging.
That's what I've always said, you know, if you see me running, take off after me because something's chasing me. No, fuck running. So we get her right here.
I have a question for Lauren and Elliot. What was your favorite fight scene with art? And for David Harold Thornton, how does it feel now to be a horror icon?
I would have to say one of my favorite scenes filming in general for Terrifier 2 was when I got to mess around with practical effects and I got to shoot you. So that was pretty fun. Other than that, Sienna was at my defense. My big sis was at my defense.
Damn right. Definitely the third. The third was my favorite. I loved working on that choreography and just wielding that sword, and I think she's kind of come into her power a bit more with the sword, and you can really see that in the third. And that choreography was just so much fun. Like, my favorite part, and I'm wondering, I can't remember if I actually did it with Dave, when the sword like dropped and she grabs him and just shoves him into the fridge. It's so visceral and it felt so, like, I remember just being like, it felt so good. I highly recommend it if you want to try that at home. And also at the very end, we can talk about it now because the film's out, where Sienna has the, spoilers, sorry, the sword, and you just see him, his eyes are white and the blood's dripping from him, and he just like looks down. It's one of my favorite art moments in history. And I was looking directly at him and I was just like, in awe. I was like, this looks so cool, this is awesome. And I think it looks beautiful on screen too. It's one of my favorite iconic Art the Clown moments.
That was such a fun fight. And I also had an amazing stunt double for that Bobby. He was just fantastic. He's the one that yeeted her up into the air. And like the first time, she literally went up and kicked the ceiling. And I was like, holy crap! I didn't know they were gonna do that. I was like, oh damn! I was like, I'm glad that's Bobby doing that because I'll throw out on my back. But I had a blast doing that same too, especially having a sword and chainsaw fight. I mean that because Bobby did a lot of that too, but they actually let me go in there and do a lot of that too. And I was like, because my inner kid was coming out because I've always wanted to do a sword fight. I was like, that's awesome. So I had a lot of fun doing that as well. So that's definitely my favorite fight scene I've done too. But yeah, but as the other part of your question, it's wild. I feel weird saying that myself, that I'm a horror icon, because that just feels too cocky and arrogant to say, but I'll let you guys say it. But I mean, it's a weird feeling, because I still see myself as myself. I'm like, that's so weird. I still see myself as like the shy geek from Alabama that just got lucky in life and was at the right audition at the right time. So like, I appreciate you guys saying that, but thank you, but that's up for you guys to decide, not for me, so.
Oh my gosh, okay. So I know a lot of people ask you guys about like your like characters, like, oh, what's their favorite thing about your character? I don't mean to like bring the mood down, but what would you say is like your least favorite thing about like acting as your character? Or like a scene you like had a lot of trouble doing?
The rat scene. That was gross. I like I said, I cannot stand puke. And it was really hot in that house because there were a lot of people in there, and it was hot and smelly, and they used this nasty cream of mushroom soup that was smelled horrendous, and it was just, and I was like, can Bobby stand in for me and be my arm? And I was like, oh no, Dave, your face is in the shot. It's not in the shot. I think they're just doing this to torture me. And then Samantha just decides to come down and just watch a scene, and she's eating this horrible smelling bag of corn nuts. And I'm just like, oh God. And she just right up in my face going, what's wrong? And especially looking the way she looked in that makeup, I'm like, oh God, why? So that was my least favorite.
Honestly, for me, I'm a little clumsy, so like doing like the most simple things were the hardest for me. Like honestly, like my last day, like on set of Terrifier 2 was walking down those stairs, and it was like during the winter, so they were icy. That for me, doing that was like one of the hardest things for some reason. Yeah, just like random little weird physical things. I don't know.
Opening a door.
Yeah, that was in Terrifier 3, right? Yeah.
One more time, Elliot. A little less awkward now.
Wait, no, that's so valid though. Like, actually, like, hitting your mark sometimes is the hardest part because you want to be alive in this moment and you want to just, like, feel everything, you want to believe where you are, but, like, when you are aware of the things around you, it's a movie set, you're like, oh yeah, like, Damien's right here and, like, the sound guy's right here, and sound. I love sound design, but when they're like, all right, Lauren, we're about to mic you, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I always have to pee. Anybody who knows me knows that I pee. Yeah, you too? Let's go. So, like, that's actually the worst part, because I love playing this character. I really do. Like, I love everything about her. I love her flaws. Like, it's my favorite to just be messy. So I don't know. Like, she might be an imperfect person, but I think that's why I love her. So really, the stuff I don't like, sound, is definitely the thing, because, you know, when you have to take off your pants when you go to the bathroom, the mic pack is usually on the back, and it just, like, I'm surprised it hasn't fallen in the toilet yet, honestly. Like, I never know what to do with it. I just, like, stick it in my bra. Like, this is too much information. That's it.
What we got back there?
you guys. I'm so happy to see you all.
Hello.
Hi. First, all I have to say is art honestly helped me get over my immense fear of clowns. I just think he's the biggest silly goose, and I love him so much.
Art therapy.
Wait, is that really a compliment?
It makes me giggle, okay? So my question, you have talked a lot about just the kids that are in, especially Terrifier 3. So as someone who has worked with kids, I kind of know how they function when it comes to things that are kind of questionable for them. So the little girl in the beginning and the kids in the mall, what was it like to work with them? Were they afraid or was it kind of normal?
Well, the little girl at the very beginning of the movie, she was actually terrified of me. And I'm like I said, I'm a former teacher, and I hate to actually scare kids in real life. I feel horrible because she was so adorable too, and I'm just like, it was so funny because at the same time we had Chrissy Fox's daughter Elle, who was like about 4 years old at the time. She's on set. She's fearless. She's like, oh no, he's really cool. He's really nice, and you don't need to be afraid of him. And then we even had her come over and watch me get makeup, and as soon as I did makeup, she's like, nope. And so, anytime that I did not actually have to be in front of her, I stayed far away from her just so she could be fine, be able to hit her marks and do what she needed to do, and because I don't want to traumatize a poor child. But as for the kids in the mall scene, I actually asked in advance if I could just come in and meet all the children before we did the scene, and I did a little Q&A session with them. I let them all come up and like touch the makeup so they can see that's not real. I'm a silly guy underneath and all that. Because in that scene, they're supposed to be all very comfortable with me and having fun, and I didn't want them to be traumatized. So I was even in between takes, I'm joking around with them and having fun and stuff like that. So it's like I wanted to put them all at ease so they were comfortable with what was going on.
Yeah, the little girl in the beginning, but if you want, we try and shelter the kids as much as possible from art, even though most kids love him, and like with the ball, every kid came up to me, they're like, where's the clown? Where's the clown coming out? They were just so excited. Is this where we blow up? I'm like, what do you mean where you're How do they know that? Because we sent them, nobody gets the full script. But then I realized we had to send their parents like the full context of what, we couldn't just surprise the parents and be like, hey, by the way, when they see the movies, like they know their kids get blown up. So they had to know that what happens, but they didn't have to share that information with the kids because we didn't film the explosion that day. They went up to the moment where the kid just opens the present. For all he knew, he was getting, like a nice present. But the little girl in the beginning, like if we tried to shelter her, and if you watch that scene, I don't think in any shots with Art the Clown. Everything, you can get all her coverage basically without David there at all. So we tried to do that as much as possible. She was just more afraid of the idea of him. But he instantly just disarms children and makes them fall in love with him, especially when we shot the teaser. That little girl came, she was nervous too, and then he won her over instantly, and then he was the only person she would hang out with the entire time. And she's the one who would call him Clowny, and that's why I put Clowny as the nickname in the Santa Claus scene in part 3, when they call him Clowny.
Yeah. She discovered I did a lot of cartoon voices, and I did SpongeBob for her. She was like, oh wow, it's SpongeBob. Yeah!
You don't have to be afraid of me.
She was just enamored out of her. She's like, oh, she was just like, what was it? It's like, also, she always did that, what the what? What the what? And I was like, that's so cool.
What the what?
Well, that's awkward silence.
All right.
He was like afraid to take the microphone.
Alright, so this is a question for all of you. What is your favorite Terrifier film from 1 to 3?
Good question. Tough one. I really don't know. I think 3 is the best made movie, just from a production design standpoint, and the acting is really stellar in that one. Like, you guys really brought your A game to part 3. Like, just really amazing just to watch how good they were. It was like, that was a treat, because making movies really sucks. It's not fun. It's a lot of work. It's so much pressure. It's really, so those little moments of happiness when you get to see them just like really bringing it, and then you're like, oh, this is why I do this. This is nice. And you get to have that little moment. So that was cool, but I really do have a soft spot or an affinity for part 2 still, I think. Yeah, so right now I'm going to say part 2, but that's not my official answer. That's just what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, can I just say real quick, because I have to like do self-taped auditions. We were literally just talking about this last night, where I have to direct myself. I have no patience at all with myself, so I can't imagine directing a whole crew of people. And this guy has like unlimited patience, and he's right. It's so hard to make a film. It's a miracle that any film gets made. So when it's good and it makes money because people care about it, that's something special. But I just want to say that real quick. But it's, dude, why would you ask this question? It's really hard because I do feel an affinity for Terrifier 2 also, because it's my, it's my introduction to the franchise, and I got to meet my brother, who feels like my real life brother now, and I got to work alongside Dave, which is a dream. But I do really love watching Terrifier 3 also, again, because I think everybody in every department stepped their game up. Like, I was truly impressed, so I don't have an answer. I'm really sorry.
It's hard to say because I completely agree with Lauren on this, where it's hard to make a decision. I mean, Terrifier 2 was the first movie I was ever in. I always wanted to be in a horror film, grew up going to horror conventions, so it was honestly just like living the dream. Thank you for that. Thank you for fulfilling the dream.
You all brought your A game, you all got the job on your own, so thank you for making my movies better.
But if you like forced me to answer, I mean, I loved filming Terrifier 2. It was such a beautiful, wonderful time. Like Lauren said, meeting you and meeting the whole cast and crew and working with you guys was awesome. But I might have to switch it up and say Terrifier 3. It's just brutal, it's dark, it crosses the line, or just barely crosses the line, and oh my god, the visuals. It's beautiful. So I would say maybe that might be, come on, sword versus a chainsaw? Too cool.
That's a hard one though, because they're all kind of like my baby in their own way. There's something I like about each one, because they're all totally different types of feel, tonally to those films, and that's what I think is really cool about it. But I mean, personally, I had the most fun doing Terrifier 3, and I feel as a cohesive story, Terrifier 3 works better in that way. I think everybody brought their A game to it, so as well. So I personally, Terrifier 3 is my favorite, but I like all 3 films pretty much equally in their own way. And that's what I think is really cool when I hear comments from the fans at the tables, like which one's their favorite one. And I get varied answers. It's not like one of all of them is the best one. Like you hear like all like Halloween or, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, which is my favorite. You always hear people say Victoria is the best one. But you don't hear that with the Terrifier films. There's always one that someone likes differently than other people, which I think is really cool. It says something about the quality of
And there's a lot of Part 1 fans, I gotta say. A lot of fans.
They got Sandbag too, which was quite awesome. Sorry, children, shouldn't curse.
So wait, if I can flip that on him, Hank, what was your favorite of the 3?
See, there you go. Yeah, buddy.
My favorite, to be honest.
You appreciate honesty.
The reason why, because all the action of Art the Clown just trying to go after his victims, it's just so amazing, especially at the end. So we get to figure out why at the beginning that Rose's face looks like it just got ripped out and eaten by something. And Art in that scene is like absolutely a banger, so that's why Part 1 is my favorite.
So you've scared me a little bit, but we'll circle back. Yeah.
Future serial killer.
So David, when I got my autograph from you, you revealed something that I don't think a lot of people actually knew. Vicky in the third movie, and maybe even the second movie, is possessed. She is not the demon incarnate. She is possessed, unlike the little girl who is, not corporeal, but she's possessed. No one knows that. Not even Susie's.
That was Vicky.
And it's not on Wikipedia either. So thank you. So that tethers into my question: who is the demon that is helping art, guiding art?
All of your answers will be explained in terms of...
Yes.
That's an awesome Jinx cosplay. Yeah.
Hi guys. So I'm a scare actor back home in Illinois. So when I'm not watching horror movies, I'm thinking about haunted houses. So I was wondering, like, logistics aside, like unlimited budget and everything, say like Six Flags Fright Fest approached you or Halloween Horror Nights, what is like one or two scenes that you would definitely want featured in a Terrifier haunted attraction?
Ooh. Yeah, Halloween Horror Nights would be amazing. Where are they? We're ready. I would say definitely the Clown Cafe. You got What do you guys think?
Definitely the bedroom scene. Definitely have
I think the finale of the third too, like just seeing like all the blood and like I want an animatronic Sienna just thrashing in a chair, and then she jumps out at you or something. Yeah.
I think I agree. The end sequence of Terrifier 3 would be pretty brutal to see, for sure.
Everybody gets to go through and slap Sienna. That's actually something Damien added last minute there too, because he's like, this scene is so serious. We need something to like bring up like, the energy here, because people are gonna just want to slit their wrist. Dave, just slap her every time you walk by her.
Sorry, Law.
I kind of wondered about that, if that was scripted or if that was all new.
It's literal slapstick comedy.
No, it was also just the blocking of that scene was so chaotic, and the scene is so long. It was just so involved, and you have all these characters. It's like, when does Art go from here to here, and then he goes back, and he's got to get this weapon, and he goes back to the tree. And there was so much of him going back and forth. I'm like, we got to utilize this better somehow. There has to be more to this than him just going back and forth. And I was just like, yeah, just smack her.
Yeah, but just so y'all know, because Dave's a good guy, I knew the smack was coming, and he like would always check on me, and it didn't hurt.
No,
like,
that is sound design.
That's sound design. Like he would always
check.
check on me. He's like, "You good?" I'm like, "Yeah." So he didn't hurt me. He's a good guy.
I hurt myself though once because I smacked the back of the chair and I was like, "Ah!" I am so sorry.
We got time for one more back here.
This message is specifically for Dave. I've just got to ask, as horror movie fans, we watch one movie after another and we think, okay, all the cool stuff has been done, all the cool kills have been seen, what else can we possibly do? And then Terrifier comes out, then Terrifier 2, Terrifier 3. Is there any point where the powers that be above you say, look, what do you think we should do, Dave? We've done some pretty cool stuff up to this point. What would you like to do? What if you could add one singular kill that hasn't been done yet to the series? What would that kill look like?
An interpretive dance. No, I'm kidding. No, that would be weird. But there actually is a scene I've been wanting to do ever since like the first film. I came up with the whole kill scene because I'm a big, huge Marx Brothers fan. There's a scene in Duck Soup that I would love to do my own twisted take on it, because I think it's one of my favorite scenes I've ever seen in any film, because I think it's just a brilliant scene in itself, especially with the comedy that's involved in it. I think there's a fun darkness that you could add to that scene in a very twisted way, but that's up to Damien. But that's like, before I die, I want to do a variation of that one scene in Duck Soup. If you haven't seen Duck Soup, watch Duck Soup. It's amazing. And the fun little note too, because like I've always said, like art is basically like the bastard child of Freddy Krueger and Harpo Marx. I recently went back and watched Duck Soup again, and I actually had to like message Damien when I learned this, because I was like, what is Harpo's real name in real life? Arthur. And I was like, this is perfect.
I had no idea because he wears a little hat too. I'm like, this is perfect. All right, folks, so that's really all the time we've got. I do have one question. Are we going to see cool sunglasses in Terrifier 4?
Oh, that is becoming quite the gimmick, right? I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. These things, you know, and I was kind of, because I really did love the sunflower glasses in part 2. So I love just the look of art with glasses. So I did want to do that again in part 3. But you just got to watch that they don't become a gimmick that's just too forced and too on the nose. And then the same thing with a holiday, just like making every movie be, you know, those were like, Halloween was very organic to this movie and to Art the Clown, and then Christmas felt very organic. I loved both of those holidays, and I felt that, you know, it wasn't just like, oh, we need to just do something different for the sake of it being different. So you know, I'm not against giving him another pair, but it has to make sense. It has to be right for the movie.
Coming this St. Patrick's Day, you thought it was safe to drink green beer.
I beat you to death with a shillelagh.
All right, audience participation time. Round of applause. What's your favorite? 1, 2. Folks, let's hear it for them one more time. I don't know what that was. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Spencer Charnas! How are you guys? Does this work? So, you know, we're here to talk music and horror, the correlation, and one of my favorite videos of all time is Hip to Be Scared. Seriously, I fucking love it. Thank you. So, how fun was that? And just kind of recreating all the Patrick Bateman. It was a dream come true when I saw that movie when it came out. Literally 25 years ago, I think, this month, which is crazy. I remember me and my friends I think we bought tickets to some like Snoopy movie or something. We just wanted to see American Psycho because it was obviously and we loved it when we saw it, but it wasn't until like that next week when we started quoting like all the lines where we realized how goddamn funny that movie was, you know. And ever since then, I've just been doing quotes from the movie and memorizing the dialogue. So when the opportunity came to do a song about American Psycho, it was just amazing. And doing the video was incredible. Got to roll around and kill a bunch of people and be my swanky partner at the same time. Not prostitutes. Which is like a dream come true. A lot of prostitutes, of course. Not really blonde, no, a dirty blonde. It's a deep cut, sorry. One of my favorite scenes in that movie is the business card scene. That's just so... That's bold. That's bold. That's silly and real, actually. This man knows this movie. That's right. I respect it so much. I would see it like 3 or 4 times when it first came out as well. It was like American Psycho, then we saw my roommate and I, we would just go to movies all the time. It was like American Psycho, we saw American History X. All American stuff. Yeah. Then we saw a movie called Happiness, so it was like this whole dark trilogy that we were into.
I don't think we'll do an American History X, so that might get a little bit, but
probably won't.
It is a great movie.
It's fantastic.
Fantastic.
I'd probably stay away from happiness too.
Yeah, probably. We'll steer clear of those.
But another like good feel-good movie would be Requiem for a Dream.
Oh yeah, of course. Get Jared Leto to do a little cameo in it, cut his own mouth, it'll be great.
We'll go some TV, maybe an Alf.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We're Happy Days. We'll give Henry LaFonz.
Yeah.
I saw him in the elevator. I was like a little schoolgirl. I didn't know what to say.
He's the epitome of cool, right? I mean, LaFonz is the shit. Yeah. And he's Coach Klein in The Waterboy. Yeah. Also connected to you kind of by the Scream franchise.
Principal Hembry. And he's got it out from a football goalpost and that. I would have liked to see that in the movie. They just allude to it. But love it when he goes into the hallway and he sees Janitor, which is Wes Craven, dressed as Freddy Krueger. It's great.
Hey, Fred.
What'd you call me? Not you, Fred.
That was great. Shit. You get into those little, like you said, it's the little Easter eggs that they put into things. Just the little things like that. So what was your, you were talking about going to see Idle Hands when it first came out.
Yes.
Saw American Psycho when it first came out. Like, favorite movie that you went to see when it first came out that you feel like might be underappreciated?
Underappreciated? Oh man. I would actually go back to Idle Hands because that one, but what's great about that movie is it found an audience. I think that when a movie is that good, no matter if it does well in the theater, it finds its audience. Movies like Office Space, Almost Famous, those movies didn't really do well in the theater, but they were so good that word of mouth really helped those catch on.
And they become the nice cult classic movies like Buckaroo Banzai,
right?
Movies like that. I mean, I'm really like a lot of people out there are like, what the fuck is a Buckaroo Banzai? Yeah. Buckaroo Banzai, you know the movie? You know the movie? Peter Weller, before he was RoboCop, was Buckaroo Banzai. And John Lithgow played the villain in this movie, which John Lithgow was in a movie also called Raising Cain. Have you seen that one?
A long time ago.
Yeah, Raising Cain came out around the same time as a movie called The Dark Half. So it's basically like two twin brothers, and one's evil, one's good. Yeah, check them out. I'm talking amongst ourselves. Talk about it. So do we have any questions from the audience out there? Oh, right there. Ooh. Hello. Love the shirt, by the way. Perfect. Oh, well done.
Hello? Oh, here. When you were talking about the Have to Be Scared video, I just want to know, did Jacoby come to you to die? Or how did that come about?
So we were... Yeah, so Jacoby from Papa Roach, you got Papa Roach fans out there. Amazing band, such nice guys. And we were lucky enough to be on tour with them in Europe when we were sort of demoing out Hip to Be Scared. And from the very beginning, I knew that we would end up doing a video for the song. So I was like, we gotta get someone to feature, and play Paul Allen. And when we were on tour with them, I would just watch him every night, and he was just so good. He's such a great singer. He's such a great performer and such a nice guy. And I was like, his voice would sound amazing on this. And so one day at catering, I asked him about it, and he said, yeah, man, send me the demo. And a couple of days later, the tour had to be canceled because it was right when the shit sort of was hitting the fan with COVID. So we had to leave the tour maybe like with still 6 or 7 shows left to play. And so we kind of forgot about it. We'd given the demo and stuff. And a few months later when it came time, or probably actually about 6 months later, came time to film the video, I hit back up and he was like, I'm completely down, I really love the song. And he went and recorded with our producer Drew, and he just killed it. And I killed him. And people joke, the famous song, Cut My Life Into Pieces, I got to cut Jacoby into pieces.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Are you a big Huey Lewis fan?
His earlier work was a little too weird for me. No, I love Huey, and funny story about that. You know, so I get to be scared. Obviously, there's the nod to Get to Be Square, and when we were putting it together, you can't just rip someone's song, right? Complete note for note. So took the guitar out and kind of played a different version of the famous bass line, and hoping that it would be something known as an interpolation for all the music nerds, basically like a different way of playing the song. And we sent the final track to our label, and they're like, didn't pass the test. Like, if we're gonna do this, even the different version, we gotta get Huey Lewis's permission. So we're like, oh shit, Huey doesn't like it. Well, you know, this is our favorite song. We want to lead the album release with it. So we were just kind of waiting and waiting and waiting. Finally, our lawyer calls us. He's like, spoke with Huey. I'm like, oh shit, it sounds like he doesn't like it. He's like, he loves the track. He's totally into it. Use it, do whatever you want with it. And what's really cool is if you look the credits of Hip to Be Scared, if you look it up online or in the booklet, it says, you know, written by Spencer and Steve and Drew and everyone else in the band, and Huey Lewis. So, pretty cool. You guys can applaud after that. We were thinking about it. Yeah. It's awesome without.
It's like the dead air, you know?
Yeah.
And we got someone back there, right? Run, Rocky, run!
So I'm a lit nerd, and I love all of your literary tie-ins. What's your favorite story by Vonnegut, and have you read House of Leaves?
No. Is it that's Vonnegut, the last one? Okay. Well, my sister actually turned me on to Vonnegut when I was in high school. It's when I was looking for a name of the band. My sister Jocelyn, a lot smarter than I am, actually went to college and all that kind of stuff, knows how to read. And she suggested that I name the band Ice Nine. I said, oh, that sounds pretty cool. Where's it from? And she explained Cat's Cradle and how it was the substance that had the power of killing the world. And that was actually the first Vonnegut book I ever read, Cat's Cradle. So that would probably always be my favorite. But like Timequake is really cool. Obviously Slaughterhouse-Five. And we were lucky enough to be invited to the Kurt Vonnegut Memorial Library in Indianapolis, which is, if any Vonnegut fans out there and you happen to be in Indianapolis, super cool. They have like his typewriter that he wrote Slaughterhouse-Five on and all that kind of stuff. So R.I.P. to Kurt Vonnegut. And he's got one of my favorite cameos in any movie ever, Back to School. If you haven't seen Back to School, it's basically Rodney Dangerfield goes back to school. He's obviously too old to be in college. He's a very wealthy guy, and he gets like he hires like NASA to do his science homework, and he's got a report on Kurt Vonnegut that's due, and he gets Kurt Vonnegut to write the report. So Kurt Vonnegut's in the movie, but the teacher finds out that he cheated, and she goes to him, I know you cheated, and tell whoever wrote that essay that they don't know the first thing about Kurt Vonnegut. Pretty good.
It's one of the classic scenes in the movie is when his son is talking to him and he's like, you don't know shit about Kurt Vonnegut, Dad. I don't know how you're gonna do this. And he's knock on the door, opens it up, he's like, it's Thornton Mellon here. I'm Kurt Vonnegut. I'm here to help him with this. And the son in that movie, fantastic. From Christine. John Carpenter movie, Christine. And actually, our guitarist Dan Sugarman, his uncle is a guy named Stu Charno, who is also in Christine, and also is in Friday the 13th Part 2. Part 2, yeah. He's the redheaded guy that somehow, you know, doesn't die in the movie. I don't know, he stays at the bar drinking.
Does that? Yeah.
So if you want to die, just keep drinking at the bar. I think is what Steve Miner was trying to get across with that.
So for those of you that will be in the bar tonight,
drinking, and if you're redheaded, drink. Especially. People out there.
You know what I'm saying, Jamie. You got a question back there? Oh, you're a redhead. Yeah. Okay.
We got some questions.
What's your favorite song that you have made?
I love your outfit, by the way. Look at this. So cool. I don't know if it was Thriller or whatever it is. I love it. Favorite song? It's difficult. I like all our songs, sort of. But if I had to pick one, I'd say it usually happens to be our newest one. So I think A Work of Art is my favorite one right now. And shout out to the Terrifier crew for letting us be part of Terrifier 3. It's amazing. Awesome people.
I was just wondering, what is your favorite Texas Chainsaw Massacre film? What do you think about the newest one?
That's tough on the favorite ones. I tend to like ones that no one else likes. I like the Next Generation one, which has Matthew McConaughey and Renee Zellweger. I don't know, there's something about that one. Yeah, it's different. I like them all. I like one. I like two, obviously, with my boy Bill Moseley. Chop Top's amazing. I like three, which no one likes, and I think is awesome and scary.
There's something about all of them that just, they're different movies in their own way.
Yes.
And that's what makes kind of the one after better than the one before.
Yes.
They're so much different.
And I thought that the Marcus Nispel remake was awesome. And I thought the follow-up to that beginning, I thought those were amazing. I don't know, they got completely trashed by critics, but fuck the critics.
Even Leatherface, just absolutely brutal, and just so visceral. It's great.
Yeah, the newest one you're talking about, the one that was on Netflix, I thought it was okay, but I really did like the scene in the school bus. I was like, you're gonna get canceled, bro. That was funny. I did like that.
I have a question for you. What's your favorite Halloween movie?
Me?
Both of them.
I mean, other than the original everyone agrees is the greatest. Man, probably two. I really like two. I like the hospital. I remember when I saw it when I was a kid, and it was so cool to see it pick up right from the first one. It just felt like a continuation of part one. It looks fantastic. Yeah, it's like two and six. No one likes six, but I really like six. Personally,
I'm a 3 guy.
You're a 3 guy. I'm 3. Everyone is on time.
The snakes scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, Tom Atkins is the shit. Tom Atkins is the man.
So you guys did Resident Evil, you think it was Silent Hill?
Do Silent Hill? Sure. Right in my hotel room right after this. Should I do it? You got it. Silent Hill it is.
Who would your dream collab be?
For Silent Hill?
Just overall, yeah.
Man, I think we should do a collab with Corey Taylor. The privilege of touring with Slipknot. Did anyone see us on that tour? No. That's one guy. He was there. I recognize you. But yeah, it was great to be on tour with them. They were so nice to us and just took great care of us. It was an honor to play with Slipknot. Honor to be with them here this weekend. Got Sid and Corey, so cool.
Hello.
I have 2 questions. I'm a huge Stephen King nerd. You've done Stephen King for several songs. What's your favorite Stephen King book or movie?
Oh, that's tough.
I know it.
Well, I think I'm gonna go with one that we haven't done a song about because those are, definitely my favorites. But I think I love the first Creepshow because you got Stephen King and you got Romero, and that first one just is amazing. I particularly love the episode with Leslie Nielsen and Ted Danson. It was so cool because I'm such a I'm such a Leslie Nielsen fan. And I grew up on the Naked Gun movies, and he's just so, he was so hysterical. Rest in peace. It was very cool to see him as a villain in that one. And I think that was actually probably before Naked Gun, when he was a serious actor, but I saw it after Naked Gun, and I just really, really liked that.
I think Airplane came out right around that time as well.
Yeah, I think it was before.
So that was like his first big comedic thing that I can really remember.
Yeah, I think that was the first one that he did, the Zucker brothers, because Leslie Nielsen was a serious dramatic actor, and then the Zucker brothers who did Airplane and would go on to do Naked Gun. I was like, well, let's get that guy and have him play it straight, and it was brilliant.
So they had like, the Airplane was in Leslie Nielsen, Robert Stack, and all of these people that you thought were just going to be these serious actors, right? And they're like, fuck it, just go in and here's what we want you to do. Like Robert Stack saying with the sunglasses. For those of you that haven't seen Airplane, this is your homework. Go watch it, man. You had a second part.
And a little bit different. I've been able to see you guys live. You guys are really great in Milwaukee. I'm so excited. Tell us a little bit, just in general, about production quality for your live shows. Like, who makes those decisions? Who decides the giant sharks coming out on stage? Stuff like that.
Giant shark. So it's really a collaborative effort with the band and with the crew, which are great people, very creative people, and we just, usually I come up with a general idea of what we want to do, and we have a great team that helps execute the vision. We usually do at least a week of pre-production before we go out on tour. We kind of just brainstorm, okay, this would be cool here, we're going to have Art the Clown. I'm going to throw the baby with the umbilical cord to Art the Clown, sort of a Hook kind of formation. And it's cool. It's cool to be in the room and have sort of that synergy, collaborative environment. And things that have become a staple of our live show, like when we do the shower scene, which is about Psycho, that idea of putting the curtain up and just seeing the silhouette of the girl behind the shower, and that came like on the 25th hour kind of a decision the day before we left for tour. I just was like, well, just get a shower curtain and do that. It's such a simple gag, but it's really quite fun.
We got one last question over here.
Hey Spencer, thanks for being here this weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing you later this year at Silver Screen Con. And I know that you notoriously pray at the altar of Lucio Fulci, like myself, and you grew up in Massachusetts, not too far away from the filming locations of The House by the Cemetery. I'm wondering if you ever have visited any of those filming locations, and if not, definitely think you should do a House by the Cemetery related video. But what is your favorite Fulci movie?
House by the Cemetery. I mean, how could you go with anything else? I've never visited the locations. And I'm embarrassed that I didn't even know it was filmed in Massachusetts. So I have to find you,
not too far away,
and find out where the hell it was filmed, because that's where I'm going right after this panel.
Field trip. All right, folks. So that's all the time that we have. Spencer has an in-costume photo op. So if any of you are going to that, have a great time. Let's thank him one more time for coming.
Well, travelers, you see the hallway. There's maybe an hour left in Friday. I had to spend most of the day in the panels, in which you will definitely see. But I'm gonna walk around and have some more fun. There's a couple of shirts that I need to pick up, so if I'm lucky, they'll still be around. And then after that, we're going to the first edition, the first night of Karaoke. So let's do it. Okay, travelers, we are back here for Saturday, day 2 here at Horrorhound. It's been open for a couple of hours now, so decided to make my way through because there are a couple of panels that I wanted to make it to, and also there are a few celebrities that I want to see today. So It's gonna be a fun one, so let's go ahead and check it out. Okay, travelers, it is Saturday. Crowds are definitely crowding, but it is quite the environment. The kiddos are having a great time with the cosplayers. That is probably one of my favorite things to see. And Saturday is a great time for cosplay because the cosplay contest happens on today. So I will get some very good footage of the cosplayers later. Speaking of which, awesome John Carver. So many people down the numerous lanes here at Horrorhound. You should definitely be here, guys. But if you can't be here, definitely plan for maybe September. That's the thing about coming early on Friday, getting the celebrities that you need on that day, because as you can see, it's a complete 180 from yesterday. Way more cosplayers. Oh man. The energy is here, and what better place than to be right here, right now.
And purple. We're very happy to have you. So how we're going to do it is I'm going to ask some questions up here, and if you have questions for Ty, please line up over next to the wall, and we'll have a mic out there for you. So first question is, you've done supernatural horror, you've done real horror, reality-based horror. What is your, in terms of the challenges of making that? What are the challenges for the supernatural side for you? What is the challenges of getting realism?
I mean, they're kind of very different things. For me, I don't want to repeat myself too much, so part of the reason I made a movie called The Innkeepers, and it was sort of a relatively light-hearted ghost story, and then I turned around and made this movie, The Sacrament, which is like a real downer movie, because I was like, from going from something that was like light-hearted, it was like, okay, let's go to something that's the total opposite of that. And that was really the big reason for it. And the difference is mostly like, the Innkeepers, for instance, like there are parts that are supposed to be charming and funny, and so you're really trying to, from a performance standpoint, get people to connect to that. And then with something like The Sacrament, you're really trying to take an audience, especially like a horror audience, there's a certain subset of the horror audience that is really like excited to cheer for someone to get their head cut off. That's not what I want you to do in that movie, because like the movie's relatively serious, and that would be a real bummer if you were like cheering when people were committing. So it's like, you really have to kind of like temper the tone to be like, because with The Sacrament I wanted to try to make a movie that for horror fans, it can be confronting enough to feel real and to feel like, oof, that was a little bit gnarlier, and I guess make me think about the content a little bit more than say something like, X or something where it's like kind of over the top and someone's getting eaten by an alligator and things like that.
Well, and I absolutely love The Sacrament, which is probably an odd thing to say, but I loved it. And I was curious, since it was very much Jim Jones inspired, and how much research did you do to get into that headspace for that?
Not a ton, but I already knew a lot about cults and specifically Jonestown, but I knew a lot about cults in general, so perhaps you could say a lot of research, but I didn't do anything specifically right before the movie where I really researched up on it. Because to me, part of what happened in Jonestown, I always found it really interesting with cults that people think of cults as like these crazy people that did something crazy that I would never do. But no one joins a cult. You like one day find out that you're in a cult, and maybe you find out too late. And Jonestown in particular was one where it's become pop culture. Like Drink the Kool-Aid is a pop culture saying that is like based on something that's like really you would not want to be a part of pop culture. And I always found that really fascinating, that the idea that people have in cults is usually an after-the-fact idea, and it's a sort of labeling thing, but these people must have gone there for a reason that made sense to them. And, it's a really interesting story with Jonestown, and most cults are the same, and a lot of the cults sadly end up going a similar route. But I always thought that was very relatable, so to try to make a movie that could relate you to why the people were there and humanize it a little bit was an interesting idea to me. Plus, at the time, Vice, which was Vice Magazine, was doing these Vice Guide to Travel things, and they were making all these little short documentaries about really out there stuff, like cannibalism and drug use, all this weird stuff. And when you would watch them, they were making these great documentaries, but they were putting themselves in what seemed like very precarious situations as journalists. And that was a really interesting new way. Now it's a more common way of doing journalism. At the time, that was really out there. It was this very punk rock journalistic kind of thing. And but Jonestown, everything kind of popped off negatively in Jonestown because of journalists going down there to investigate whether or not this was on it was good what was happening there. And when people started to reveal that it wasn't and they wanted to go home, that was the inciting incident that really set things off. And I always felt like this thankfully has never happened with Vice or anything like that, but it reminded me of that, where it's like, oof, when you go into a dangerous environment, we think the danger for the journalist, but it's also things can go sideways really quickly, and I thought that was just really relatable. So in sort of taking a sort of modern journalistic approach to a story, a more historic story, it just felt like a weird, interesting way to kind of.
It's a really cool take on that. I love the realism, it almost like you had a documentary. It's really great. So I wanted to definitely ask you in terms of the extra that you've done. I gotta give you props for creating a female villain in this that you never get. I mean, we have them, but this is a trilogy of films focused on the female of the species, basically. And I just was curious about the creation of this and the evolution of it for you. Did you go into X thinking, okay, I'm gonna do a trilogy for this? And the focus of it was the horror of Hollywood.
Yeah, so no, it was not going to be a trilogy. I hadn't made a horror movie in 10 years, and I was doing, at the time, I was doing television, and I was happily doing television. And then I started to get the itch that, I should make a movie. I haven't made a movie in a while. And I was pretty burnt out on making horror movies because I made so many in a row. And but I thought I never made a slasher movie, and I never really wanted to make a slasher movie, because a lot of it is very line them up and knock them down. And I just felt like, to spend 2 years, making movies 2 years of trauma. So to do that, and just to make something that's line up and knock down, I'm gonna get bored. There won't be enough in it for me to sustain the sort of enthusiasm. But then I was horror movies have gotten really soft, and no one had really made in like this in a while. And so something that was traditionally a lowbrow genre, I was is there a way to do something kind of clever with it? And why would I want to make a movie at all? Why do I like making movies? And movies is why I like making movies. So I wanted to make something that had to do with the craft of filmmaking. And so I was okay, I'll make a movie about making a movie. How do I make a movie about making a movie that's also a slasher movie, and it feels like something we haven't seen before? And I think the sort of final girl archetype can also feel a little bit played out, because it's the person who does everything right, and they're the perfect person, and that's why they survive. And I thought that was kind of boring and unrealistic, and so I was okay, well then maybe the protagonist of this movie will not act like a protagonist for the movie. And also I thought the idea of, traditionally speaking, in a movie like X, the old couple would be this sort of puritanical old couple that's punishing the young people for being sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And I thought it'd be more interesting and more relatable if they were just jealous and envious of the fact that they don't get to do that, and this new generation gets to it. I thought, that feels like a fresh take on it. So that's kind of where the idea came from. And then the fact that they're trying to make a movie to change their lives by using movies to do that, that is certainly relatable to me. Then COVID happened, and we went to New Zealand to make X. And because we were going to New Zealand, we didn't have COVID, and we had all these essential worker permits, and we got special visas, and it was a real thing to go to New Zealand and use money to build Texas in New Zealand. I thought we can't just tear it all down into a home and sit in our houses. That's such a waste of this really unique opportunity. How do we keep making movies? How do we make 2 movies? And we couldn't really make a sequel to X because, spoiler, everyone dies. Yeah, and so, but that's a pretty, that's a boring movie just from that far. So I was like, okay. But because the actor being God was going to play both characters, I was like, we could go backwards and we could make a prequel because we've already built the farm. And so all we're like painting a barn is way cheaper than building a barn. So I kind of pitched to H24 we could make 2 movies and the second one's going to be much cheaper. And they said, oh, man, maybe. And I was like, okay, well, I have to do 2 weeks of quarantine to get into the country. We'll write a script, and if you like it, then say yes. And by some miracle, that's what happened. So we made those 2 movies in a row. And then the joke was, if these work and people like these, we got to make a 3rd one. And so I started writing Maxine while we were finishing Pearl, because I was like, I think it's going to work. And then X sort of worked, and then Pearl worked, and then I had the script up by the time the Pearl premiered. And HBO was like, okay. And so we ended up making all 3 in a row. Getting back to your question, because X was about filmmaking and how it's affecting these characters and the craft of filmmaking, Pearl to me had to be a different kind of filmmaking, in a different way filmmaking is affecting a character, and a different craft of filmmaking, and then Maxine had to also be this. So in many ways there was this element of like, one character is going to change her life by being in movies, another character is like, looking at movies as this hopeful way of what the life would be like if only she was like that, and then the other one is sort of like, well, once you're there, what's it actually like?
Well, and that's amazing, by the way, that all came to be like kismet, basically.
Yeah, it's been weird 4 years, for sure.
I think for everybody. I was curious with Maxine, the character kind of became a Pearl anti-hero in a way, and she really kind of morphed herself into Pearl at the end of that film. Like, she was, you're a goddamn movie star, and then she's intense about it, and at the end of your own peril, basically. Like, you think that you've really made it because you're a lead in a horror movie right now, but what happens in 10 years? And I was just curious about that, like the back end thing, basically, and how you work that in there.
And some of that would have been a 4th movie, I'm sure. But like, I think, to me it was more about like, this is the person who was unhappy with where they were in their life and they wanted to be somewhere else, and they looked at, famous people in movies did it, and she was going to be in a movie the way she didn't have access to Hollywood, but Wayne and their friends were going to make a porn movie in the 70s. Porn movies had their own way to become stars separate from Hollywood. So she was going to use that to get into it, and that's, in a bizarre way, actually happened for her. And she came to LA, and then she reached the ceiling of that industry and has moved to the next industry, which would sort of be horror, and going to work her way up from there. I just felt like it's a character that's just, no matter what it takes, she's going to have the life that she wants. And I just felt like, I wasn't going to turn how she did it. I was just going to be like, well, she's not going to stop, and she's not going to be, she's not going to like stop and do the quote unquote like right thing that she's supposed to do in the movie. She's going to do whatever she needs to do. These people are trying to take it away from her. She's not going to let it,
And I really liked how you ended it with that. That was just, okay, well, she's determined. She's probably going to end up doing whatever it takes to get there. And
I didn't want to make, especially with Maxine, I didn't want to make a movie where it's like Hollywood chews you out and spits you out, because I feel like we've all seen that movie a million times. And I also like the character, so I was like, I want to make a movie where in the end, like, she ends up being in movies. But she was perfect.
Yeah. Well, and also I like the fact that you brought into play the
maybe the one.
Yeah, there we go. We win.
Trilogy.
Number 3 is. So I like the way you worked into the fact that the religion angle with it, because that, growing up in that Southern Baptist type scenario can push you to an extreme, but it also gave her the backbone, because her father basically was like, you're gonna make it, that's it, and it kind of backfired on him a little bit, but I liked how you worked that in there. Can you talk a little bit about that and the way that that it's still, especially in the environment today, that's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought of it as just like, she's from a different kind of showbiz family, you know, and so, you know, the dad in these stories is very much a showbiz character, and so I think that was the main reason. I mean, it's hard to make a movie that is dealing with, like X, for instance, is a movie that's dealing with these like theoretical like morality clashes between eras and characters and things like that, and culture, and so it's hard to make a movie that's dealing with that sort of sex and violence culturally and not have religion also in it, because the two are kind of intertwined. But really, to me, it was more just about like the showbiz nature of her dad. Like, the dad was not like a pastor in local church, he's like a televangelist, you know, so it's a very, it's just a different version of showbiz, and that seems like a way that, yes, it would backfire. But she, you know, she did end up on TV.
It's true. So I got one more question for you, then I'm going to pass it to the audience. But I love the fact that you do period pieces. That's kind of really what they are. And I was curious about, you know, working in that creative, like with House of the Devil and Sacrament, you know, was felt a little bit 70s even though it was modern. I was curious if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I like making period pieces is, like I jokingly said, movies are 2 years of trauma. It does, I mean, it completely sidelines my life, becomes about a movie, because I write, direct, and edit these movies. It's like all I do for at least 2 years is, you know, that movie. It overtakes my life. And so, if you're making a period movie, and I come to movies very visually, you now have to have a hand in everything, because if you want to make a movie in a room like this, everyone in this room has to go to a wardrobe and they have to get dressed in, let's say, 70s clothes, and all the technology here has to get replaced with things of the era. So now you and all the people working on the movie have to really be involved in every aesthetic decision, because something has to be changed in every way. So you really creatively get to sort of artistically create a little world, and then you get to kind of live in that world. And to me, if I'm going to uproot my life and do something creative like that, the more involved I can be, and the more meticulous it can be, and the more I can feel like I've created my own world, the more invested I am in to do, like, you know, 7 days a week, 15 hours a day for 2 years, you know. And so it's that's a big part of it for me. And then just, you know, my taste, I think, tends to be more, I guess, retro in general, and I don't have that much of an interest in photography and technology. It's kind of boring. You know, I do a lot of TV shows, and there's always, every day, when you're like, and now we have to shoot the shots on the phone. Because inevitably there's always scenes where people are texting or looking up something on their phone, and it's just the setup of like and then there's a glare, and you have to get it. It's like, it's so boring, it feels so like non-creative. Or people looking at computers and things like that. It's not that interesting to me visually as far as storytelling is concerned. So it does automatically takes me away from having to do that. And I think it's a little bit better, the less technology we have, it's sort of better for storytelling, especially for something where suspense is part of it, because someone can't just stop and call or text or Google or whatever it is, or, you know, map how to get out of work. So it's, you know, in general, the short answer is I just prefer it, but I think for me, being creative, it's nice to be able to say, like, I get to decide what color the table's going to be, I get to decide what color jacket you're going to wear, I get to decide what's going to go behind us. I get to decide all of that because we have to create it, because it doesn't exist anymore.
I never thought about it that way. That's amazing. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and go for it. First person up here.
Hi, how you doing, sir?
Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you again. No, I was just, had a little quick question. So after the Blair Witch Project came out, everyone, including their grandmother, thought, let's make a found footage film. So I was telling you at your table there, yesterday, The Sacrament was one of my foundational movies when I was young. So when trying to make that movie, what were the things you tried to avoid when making something that might have been from a saturated market?
A big part of it was that it was, this is going to sound like semantics, but I kind of approached it more like I was making a fake documentary rather than I was making like a found footage movie. Found footage movies that were becoming very popular at the time, and this is much later than Blair Witch, but they were very like gag oriented, like you're going to open there's a reason for the camera to be in some absurd spot so that you can open the thing and the thing could fly at you or whatever. I think like Paranormal Activity had probably been 4 or 5 movies in, and it was like, okay, the baby monitor is how we're going to see this scary thing. You kind of knew what was coming, and so I didn't really do any of those kind of like scare moments. I don't think there's not any like jump scares or anything like that. So it was much more of a story-driven kind of documentary feeling thing, rather than, okay, this is where we're going to cut to the baby monitor, and you're going to wait, and you're going to wait, and you're going to wait, and then the crib's going to fall over, and it's going to scare you when it happens. Like, it wasn't really set up to like line them up and knock them down like that so much. It was more about like sort of confronting you with like, well, what about someone dying in real time? Like, I've never seen that before. That seems very unappealing and like intense. And so I was more of an approach of coming at it like that.
Next.
Hi, thanks for your time. My question is, from your very first short film to today, what is the DIY tool that you still rely on?
I don't use them so much anymore, but I make these like shot lists, and I color code them, so like they're not particularly interesting, and I don't really give them to anyone sick. I don't really use them so much anymore, but I still make them. So when I make them, let's say it's like, okay, today I shoot a scene of you asking me this question. It's like, okay, there's like a wide shot of you and me from like over in that corner where we see the whole room or whatever, and then there's a shot of you and there's a shot of me, and that's really all we need. Well, like the big wide shot that sees the whole room, like maybe I'll make that, like it'll say wide shot, you guy asking me a question, and then it'll be like, I'll make that blue. And then it'll be close up, guy asking a question, and I'll make that red, and it'll say close up, me answering a question, and I'll make that like green. And the reason I do that is because like, if I also had to shoot a shot of like you taking your phone out, I could make that red also. And so before we turn around and do this and move all the lights, we should get that shot of your phone so that we don't have to come back around and do that. And I would do that when I was making like tiny movies myself, because one, it's a good thing for your brain to not like, oh, you have to get that shot or whatever. Two, you can kind of clump it together and move a little bit faster because you don't have to move all the gear. Like, if we're shooting you, then the whole crew is right here while we're shooting you. And then when we turn on me, all that stuff's got to move over there. Anything we can do before we move that crew is going to go faster. Because if we don't, we got to move it all the way back. So I would make those things so that I would never mess up doing that. And I would make those so it would kind of like, and this is the real reason I'm playing it, is like, that has some value, some of that's fairly obvious, and you know, it's just a little checklist. And I've made so many movies now that it's like I'm rarely going to forget to do that, or I'm rarely going to have a problem organizing the day in that regard. However, if you're shooting like an action sequence where there's like 50 of those shots, I'm like, I just need the thing flying by, and I just need the shot of you with the blood coming out, and then we just need the blood hitting the floor. Then all that coloring matters, because all of those shots are very annoying and they're very tedious to shoot because it's like blood on the floor, blood on the thing, but whatever. We should try to get them all out this way, even if they don't happen in order in the movie. We should get them all out before we turn around to move faster. But the real reason this matters and why I'm still doing it today is the process of making them the night before or whatever. I have to watch the whole movie in my head. So in order to figure out that I need that wide shot and that shot and that shot, I have to see the movie in my head, what it looks like. And when I see it in my head, I can kind of see it edited. And then I just write down, like, well, what are the shots that I need to do? And then maybe I'll be like, and then we should also get this other thing, in case that wide shot's not so good, we should get one where it pans from you to me or something like that, you know? And so the process of making them helps me like watch the movie in my head and then organize what we need, and then maybe a couple other things that are like just in case stuff. And then it's also organized in such a way that, like I said, I want to be as efficient as possible. And while it's not as relevant to me now as it used to be when I was doing like everything myself, it's still like that, to your question, it is the DIY thing that I still do.
Based on that, how much of your shot list gets changed when you start working on
very little as far as the DP is concerned. Sometimes with actors, like there's a way I want to do it, and then we sub and it just doesn't work, and then it gets changed. Like, but I would say most of the time it's pretty much the way I would say we're going to do this scene is you would come to set as the actor, and I would be like, here's what I'm thinking. The scene starts, action, you walk up and think, and you ask the question, and that's it. And you go, cool. And then we shoot that, right? Sometimes you might be like, I don't know, I would probably walk over here when I do it because it feels weird. And then maybe we'll talk that out, and I might be like, nah, it's weird walking around. It's going to make it feel like whatever. Or I'm like, that's a great idea. Let's do it that way. Which still wouldn't change it all that much. But it's like by pre-visualizing the movie, I have a sense of what I would like it to be. And then if that clashes in a way with the actors, that's just going to be like, there's no point in clashing, you know, like that's not going to make for a better movie. So if it's clashing, it's like trying to find a way to work together to make the best out of both. But it's rare that it's going to be like something so different that you can't pivot. It's not like you're going to want to ask it from like the ceiling or something, so it's like, you know.
I have a quick question. Early in your career, you did the Western. What was it like working with Travolta so early in your career, working with a legend like Travolta and trying to direct them?
He's great. He was a real joy to work with, and he was no different. There wasn't anything about it. Like he was not a diva or anything like that. If you've been thinking of anything like that, he was like a really delightful, down to earth, great guy, super talented. Like movie star. When you point the camera at him, it's very obvious. And yeah, it was great. I would love to work with him again. It was really.
He killed. He was fantastic.
Yeah, he was.
I watched it the other day. He looked like he was having so much fun.
He was. Yeah, we had a really good time making that movie. Yeah.
Hey. You touched on this a bit earlier, but what are the differences and the difficulties with directing a feature-length film, a short film that is part of a collaborative effort such as your work in the ABC's Death and VHS, and episodes of a television show such as them, and how do you approach them?
Well, like a feature movie that I'm like writing or directing is like a really kind of like personal like adventure because like I said, it's only 2 years long. And so I have a movie idea in my head that I think the world needs to see and that I need to get out of me, and it's just a real like struggle to then make whatever that thing is exist in the way that I'm hoping that will be worthwhile. Doing a television show, usually there's already a script, there's already episodes going on, everything's already been cast, they already have the crew. So you come in a little bit more like a consultant than anything else. Now, that's not to say it's not equally as creative and there's not the same kind of directing going on. It's just that the infrastructure's already set up. You don't have to build from scratch, and you don't have to like, in many cases for me, if I'm not doing the first episode, like they've already cast everybody. So I'm coming in and working with what they got and trying to be like, well, what's your best version of this show? Okay, let me try to do that for you in a way that I know how to do it that maybe somebody else doesn't. So it is still pretty director driven as a medium, but a lot of things already exist, and so you're working with what you've got. The short things are like making a movie, they're just much shorter. It's a little bit weird because once it's part of the whole thing, if you're not part of the making of the whole thing, you have no idea like what's going to happen with them afterwards, and you have no idea how they fit in there. So if you knew that, you might do it a little bit differently. Like even for instance in the ABC's thing, I didn't know they were going to put the names of the thing before the short. So my whole thing was like, well, what's going on in it? And then it would reveal the thing and you'd be like, ugh. But like they put it before. If I know they put it before, I would probably do something different. You know what I mean? Because once you know what it is, then the whole point of what's happening doesn't make any sense anymore. So there's things like that that are like, oh, well, not being part of the whole thing it could affect things in a way that it's like, oh, that could be good or bad. So everything's just a little bit different.
Okay, so one of my favorite things in horror films is when an actor can portray the feeling of being in distress with their horrifying screaming. And Jenna Ortega as Lorraine is one that sticks out to me by a long shot. Was this a part of like the audition process when casting for Lorraine X?
It's just all Jenna. Like she, I don't remember what scene she auditioned. It was not that. It was like probably one of the scenes with RJ, or like saying she wants to be in the movie or something like that. I had no idea if she could scream at all. We never talked about any of that sort of stuff. And it wasn't until she did it, but it was like the moment she did it, it was like, but everything with Jenna was like that. Everything was very much like, she just rolled up, like ready to rock and roll. It was like always great. It's completely unsurprising to me that she went on to be like a giant movie star. Because it was like, she was so prepared for everything. So when she did that scream, and the scream was awesome. It was just like another like, well, of course Jenna's scream is awesome. Like everything that she's doing is awesome. So it was, but yeah, I mean, it certainly became very iconic. Like the moment she did it, it was like, I have no notes. That is great.
Thank you. So one of the things I really respect about you as a writer is your ability to take genres or familiar tropes, and while sticking to the general structure of the films within those genres, whether it be slasher or giallo, you take the tropes within them and kind of turn them on their head. You mentioned wanting to take, you had the old couple who typically would be puritanical, and instead in X, they're the couple who are, frustrated that they can't be together, So my question generally is, what advice would you have for writers who say want to stick to a particular genre but still want to keep it fresh by playing with the tropes therein of those genres?
It's hard to say because like writing is a weird personal thing, so it's just kind of, you have to only do it the way you can do it to some extent. But I think if you can ask yourself, what I ask myself sometimes is like, have I seen this before? And like the answer doesn't have to be like no, never, but it's like, have you seen it like this before? It's not like there are movies where there are old people as villains. There's not that many, but they exist. But I hadn't seen it done quite like that before, and so it was like, I wonder if this will work. Like they don't move fast. They're not strong. They're not like, everything about this seems like it wouldn't work. Is there a way to make it work? Because if there is, and it becomes more psychological and emotional, then that feels fresh, and that feels like a new way to take something. Like, there are no shortage of slasher movies. It's not as if like we don't need more slasher movies despite us all wanting to see one, but there are plenty of slasher movies to watch. It's just sort of like, is there a way to do it that feels like, I haven't seen it quite like that before. That's a good way to think about it, and to, I guess maybe put a little more pressure on yourself to not just do something that somebody else did.
Hi, I just wanted to know what your favorite acting role you played is and what made it exciting.
I don't know if I really have. I mean, basically, I've only done that like twice, essentially, in my life. Like I did it because Adam asked me to be in Your Next, and then Joe Swamper, who's in Your Next, asked me to be in a movie called Drinking Buddies, and then I was in a couple other Joe's movies also. But I was mostly in Joe's movies because Joe's movies are improvised, and I was just always around, and so he would just, if you're around, you get stuck in the movie. And so that's kind of what happened. And when Adam asked me, I actually said no, because I was like, dude, I don't want to ruin your movie. And then they actually were like, no, like, you gotta do it. And I think I might have said no twice, because I was like, you just get a real person to do this. You can get a real person who will be so much better than me. And then I just started to realize, like, it was kind of everyone that I knew was in the movie, and I kind of got a better sense of what they were doing. And so it was fun, because really that was just me and Joe kind of improvising and really like making fun of each other. So I suppose that, that or Drinking Buddies they were both fun experiences for sure. I mean, certainly here, there's no shortage of people that come up to me and be like, you got shot in the head with an arrow, so I'll take it.
Hi there. So in creating Pearl, Maxine, and X, you established an extremely remarkable continuity that really brings together the past, present, and future. How did you approach the visual and tonal contrast between these distinct time periods, especially with filming so back to back? What was your biggest challenges you faced ensuring each film remained true to its specific era while remaining intentional to their execution?
Well, I mean, each movie was its own project essentially. So even though we made them all in a row, it was a little hard. I mean, especially between X and Pearl, there was a very short period of time between finishing the last shot of X and then shooting the first shot of Pearl. And so it was weird to go back to the office and have everything go from being like 70s kind of grimy props and things like that to go to the office and have somebody like, what do you think of this projector in the movie theater? And it's like from the 1920s. And I was like, what are we doing? Everything was like, to go from the overalls to the red dress or something was like, this seemed like such a good idea at the time, and now it seems insane, because it was such an extreme difference. But after a day or two, you're just like, oh, we're doing this now. And then Maxine was just really trying to make it as fun of an 80s movie as I could without it becoming too kitschy, because you kind of check out then. So it's always just kind of a fine line of getting the right balance of stuff. So my feeling about authenticity is that it doesn't really matter if it's authentic. It matters if you get distracted. And so as soon as a prop or wardrobe or some setting gets in front of the movie, I don't think that's a good thing. So it's like, well, what makes it sit back in the movie? And a lot of times authenticity is the answer, because if it seems real, then you don't think about it anymore. The moment it becomes very stylized, you become hyper aware of the artifice of it. So, you know, that's kind of something that we're always focusing on, being like, what is, take this away because it looks weird, you know, like, oh, tab, it's too much, you know what I mean? It turned into something else, you know. And so that's kind of the approach.
But to piggyback on the trilogy, did you have Mia before you started writing the movies, or was Mia not part of it from the beginning, or just luck into this brilliant?
I cast Mia off of the script of X, and then after I cast her, we went to New Zealand. When I had the idea for the second movie, I asked her, I was like, would you be down to make 2 movies? Because if not, then we can't make it, because I need you, because you're playing both characters. And she was down, and so then it was like, we should collaborate. I think we should come up with this together, because, you know, there is no movie without you, so we might as well do this together. And that's kind of how that began.
So I have to ask this. That final shot in Pearl that you pulled on her, how was that to film? And were you concerned for her while that was being shot?
That was a really random idea. So the Pearl was going to end. Pearl starts with a freeze frame of her feeding the goose to the alligator, and it says like Pearl. And so I always planned to end the movie with her have your moment, smile, freeze frame, and then credits roll. So we went to do that, and when you shoot something and you have an intention to do a freeze frame, you kind of need to let it go like a beat longer, because you don't know if you just tell her like, smile, great, we're done, and then you're like, oh shit, I should have had another beat before it froze. So I told her, I was like, hey, like, the goal is for you to smile, and then I'm going to freeze frame, but I don't know what moment of your smile is going to be great, so I might let it go like a couple seconds longer to do it. And she was like, okay, cool. And then I just like didn't say cut, because I just thought like, let's see what happens. Like if it started as like a couple seconds of me looking to see if I had enough time and enough good moments, and then I was like just watching her, and I was like, let's see if she stops. And so I just let it go, as sort of like an organic freeze frame, and I just was like, we'll keep going, and then she started smiling harder. I was like, oh, that's great. And then she started crying, and I was like, oh, this is great. And it kind of went, and then I was like, I have about 2 minutes of this, which is enough for the credits. And so I was like, okay, that's enough. And then we just did that one time, and that was that. So it was just kind of a random idea that was kind of happening, and I was like, oh, that's the end of the movie. And then it ended up being the end of the movie.
As far as your directing style goes, do you find yourself making it work where you roll on rehearsal, kind of like Spielberg, because that's where the magic happens, or do you find yourself doing stuff more like Fincher, where you're on take 17, you're like, okay, now we can start?
It's sort of neither. I don't rehearse all that much. I come, like, the action comes set, and I've never had the luxury of a movie where you actually have proper rehearsal, like before you shoot, because that's just expensive, and we've never had the time or money to do that. So I've had lots of conversations with the actors ahead of time, just to know that people are prepared and that they know kind of the character, we're on the same page. And then when they come to set, it's very much like, here's what I was thinking for the line. I think you come in here and you're already sitting here, and I'm thinking you come in and maybe say this line here, and then let's do that and see what happens. And then they'll do that and they'll say the words and they'll see what I'm like, okay, what if you got up when you said that and you came over here? And then they'll do that again in the rehearsal, and they'll be like, oh, you know what, that was great. Maybe, like, I like that when you did this, so maybe you come closer to that. Okay, that's cool. Then you show it to the crew, and the crew watches that rehearsal. And then they go, and all the actors go to get dressed and get their makeup, and we're gonna start looking this way, and you go from there. And then when you're shooting, it doesn't have to be the same. It kind of has to be ballpark because you're setting up lights, so you want it to be ballpark in the same general area. But from a performance standpoint, I don't think too much about like how they said the line in rehearsal or whatever, because it's on camera. And then I just kind of, we'll go with what's working from there, throw ideas out from there, and things like that. So rarely is it 17 takes. The only time I ever get up into like a double-digit take thing is if it's a really specific shot that's like in Pearl when she's running chase over the axe. I want to say we did 13 takes of that, because it has to work all in its one take, and too many things could go wrong along the way. So even if it was great, if there's one wonky moment, I have nothing to cut to. So we have to just keep doing it until we get like a really special one. In the monologue, it probably would have been something like that. It just didn't take that many tries. We probably did that like 7 times. But generally speaking, 3 or 4 takes is enough to move on to the next thing.
Yes.
So basically just answering the first part of my question.
Right, thanks for coming.
The monologue of Pearl, but was there a special process that you had to get to the point where you got the performance out of that?
No, the monologue was interesting because that day, typically like, if you're doing like a big movie, you rarely shoot more than like 2 pages a day. That's like for a big like regular sized movie, 2 pages a day is like, for an indie movie, you're like 4 or 5 pages a day is, pretty. That was like an 11.5-page day, which is basically like you will just not make that day. That's too much work for one day to do it. But it was 11.5 pages because it was 9 pages of monologue, which is one shot of someone saying it. So it's like if she do the monologue, that's going to take, let's say, 8 to 10 minutes. But then we go home by lunch because it's not going to take. It's not complicated to shoot. We don't go on to do that much more stuff. That's the bulk of the day. And so we had shot. We had to shoot everything leading up to it, like them coming in and sitting down, and we would do it all the way to the first line of the monologue, and I would cut, and I would shoot all the scene up until that point, because once I got to the monologue, I didn't want to have to deal with, like, she has to walk in and sit down and then say the monologue. We'll get everything up to that point, and then we'll start, like, the couple lines before it, and then we'll take it from there. And the thing about the monologue was, like, once she started, like the previous gentleman's question, like, nothing could go wrong once it started. Because it was almost like doing a stunt. So if she was going and she messed up the line or something, that we kind of needed to start over. But same token, if she was going and a light got bumped into her, someone sneezed or coughed or something happened that got distracted, it would also mess up this thing. And God forbid it's 7 minutes and 58 seconds something goes wrong. Because then everything up until then, with this person like pouring out of their emotions and doing all the stuff that no one else in the room could do, goes wrong. All that's gone. So it's like if you're blowing something up or something, everyone needs to be super focused. And it was very intense for everyone to be very focused and have nothing to do. Because you have to be super focused, but you just have to not move and not distract and let her do the thing that she can do that we can't do. And credit to Mia, like she could do that and she could do it multiple times. And probably after and I want to say it was like 7 times is what we did. And yeah, my brother finished the day early because it didn't take that long to do it. So it was a unique thing, and it was really just kind of like watching it and holding our breath to be like, we can't really help her. It's just like, if she's ready and she can do this, we just sit back and watch. And I just have to try to create an environment where she can do it, And so I kind of diversion.
All right, we got time for one more question. How perfect is this?
Hi. So you keep using the term light 'em up and knock 'em down when it comes to slasher films. So I was just wondering, what's your process for creating like interesting kills and stuff like that?
I don't think about it too much. I think to some degree, like the previous answers I've had, I try to think of like I haven't seen it quite like this before. But I knew, like for instance, like an X. I knew that I wanted the first kill of RJ to be like really, really violent compared to most things, to kind of go like, okay, you've entered the new part of the movie now, and to do something really stylistic and really violent to kind of say like, okay, the movie you were watching is over and now you are in a new movie, and anything goes from here on out. And then X also was a movie where a lot of things were set up and then paid off with the kills, and so that was a big part of the script, is like all of these things that were kind of innocuous in the first half, whether it be an alligator or whatever, was like, hopefully you will then forget about them and then they will come back in a satisfying way to do that. With Pearl, it was much more about like an aesthetic of this sort of technicolor, almost Disney-like aesthetic that has no business having graphic violence in it. It felt really strange and interesting to me, and I hadn't seen that before. So that was more about like, okay, slow-mo head being cut off in this like Disney-like world is really weird. And that's interesting as someone who's seen a lot of movies, like I haven't seen that before. And then in Maxine, it came much more about this like more maximalist style thing of like, could we get a car crusher? You know what I mean? Like,
to the cast of Evil Dead! Woo!
Well, guys, thanks for being here this weekend. We are huge fans of the movie. Glad to have you here. I just watched it last night again, just to kind of refresh my memory and everything. And why the fuck would you read out loud?
Sorry, I still have this hearing.
Hello? There it is. I asked Bennett the same thing. I was like, why does this guy go on a rehab vacation with a Latin dictionary?
But he is supposed to be a school teacher, so at least we have that going for us. I guess there's a little movie magic in there, but I mean, if you tell somebody not to read from the book, what's the first thing they're going to want to do? So, I guess I was just that guy.
Yeah, but I mean, this one wasn't even like, don't read from the book. This is like, oh, I don't have a lot of books on my bookshelf that I have to unclip the barbed wire from, and, you know, then I'm looking, I'm like, oh, I can't pronounce this. Is it blood? I mean, it's only people like us, you know, like only in America, but we do that kind of shit.
Curiosity killed a lot of cats in that way.
Yeah.
So like, how was it for you guys? Were you guys fans of the original series at all? Or have you ever seen them?
I got a good one. So I showed both of these guys that movie because I don't think either of you had watched it, right? Yeah, I was like, you gotta know how big this franchise is for people, because even for me, I didn't grow up knowing this movie, but I remember being in a basement very high, around 15, and I was just like, why? What the hell am I watching right now? It's 2 a.m. and I was back to back Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness that my high school buddies had put on TV. So yeah, it meant a lot to me to be a part of this thing.
Did you get high when you showed up?
Kind of.
How about you guys? What did you guys think the first time you saw it?
I thought it was so good. And it was only after making the movie and meeting wonderful people like you did I realize what a massive fan base this movie had. Not only this movie, horror fans are just the best. So, thank you guys.
Yeah, it was super scary to say yes to the movie just because I thought there was no way to do justice to it. And, no one was like Bruce Campbell. So that was super scary. And I think, the fact that, this movie was sort of about family and stuff, and there's a little bit more drama, I hope they go far. Super surprising.
I remember going to see it in theaters, and I kind of went in with blinders in a way. I'm a big fan of the original, and sometimes, let's be honest, remakes are
usually shitty, usually terrible.
But I loved this because it wasn't like, a horror remake. It was a nice reimagining, and just every little thing. I'm assuming everybody's seen the movie. So the scene at the end with your arm, I mean, that was, I don't think a lot of people were expecting that, especially after they saw the Valley Cutter arm at the kitchen. I mean, it was just, everything just really kind of came together, and as a fan of the original, I became a huge fan of the new one as well. So, big thanks to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did not want to audition for this because I didn't want them to destroy something from my childhood that I loved. And the only way they got me to go in there was they said, well, Bruce Campbell's going to be at the audition. I was like, okay, I'll go.
Was he at the audition?
He was.
Wow.
Not the first audition, but the callback.
Huh.
Yeah, crazy. He didn't show up to mine either.
Okay.
The first thing he said when I walked in the room was, he goes, don't worry about it. Just so you know, you got the part. I was like, oh.
So sexy.
And I just go, you're fucking with me, right? And he goes, yeah. Perfect icebreaker.
So we're also going to take some audience questions if anybody has any out there. What I'll have you do is I'll have you line up over there with Jeremy on the side wall. We've got Roger in the back. If you do want to
button that looks like a mute button. I found it.
I think it even says mute.
Hello? Go.
No.
Now. Can you hear me now? There we go. Awesome. Tell us a little bit about working with all of the practical effects. I heard that there was so much of that, and I love that in all horror films, so tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, but the first one I remember doing that really shocked me was when I projectile vomit all over Jessica Lucas. You know, it's an actual tube of whatever liquid that is that shoots into your mouth and then shoots out of your mouth, and then they paint the tube out with whatever technology that is, but you really are having that much pressure. And when I was looking, I was like on all fours on top of Jessica Lucas, and they were like, it was like go time, because you can't really practice because it takes so long to clean that up, so you have to shoot the practice take, and it was like painful, but also just like I was waterboarding her, and I was I felt like I was gonna faint. It was so intense, and I was like looking at her drowning, and I was like, holy fuck. But there was so many. Like I remember after I say you're all gonna die tonight, and something happens with the windows, and there's a shotgun. I'm like laying on the ground, and they wanted the shotgun to be smoking, like it had just fired, and that was me smoking a cigarette. And I'm trying to think, there's so many, me cutting my tongue in half, like everyone's like, that is so disgusting. Well, if you were there, it was not scary at all. It was a Kiwi man, we were in New Zealand with like dental floss basically on either sides of a prosthetic tongue going like this in front of me and like wiggling the two sides of the tongue. So, yeah, those are 3 examples.
That's cool. I didn't know about the cigarette. I forgot. That's great. Great DIY after all the things that they thought of. Yeah, it was kind of like tedious, but I think in the end it really paid off. That's what makes this movie, I guess, stand the same as the 2 feet or whatever. But yeah, I luckily didn't have tons of that stuff happening to me. But I do remember the vomit scene, and I remember you feeling really terrible for Jessica, that you were like waterboarding her with vomit, and she was a trooper. She was a trooper. The one thing that I got to see was Natalie cutting her arm off, and that was cool. I don't remember how many times they were able to do that, but that was incredible to watch.
I thought it was only 1 or 2 because they had that stunt woman behind her in the cabinet who had to sit there with her arm like that, and then they prosthetic her arm to Natalie's arm, and then cut through it once with that turkey cutter. Yeah, it's kind of the coolest thing I got to watch.
I mean, I like to bring this up all the time because I think it's so cool that I did this, but I was buried alive.
Oh yeah, I remember how scary.
For real. Like 3 different versions of it. So.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, what are you talking about? Just put dirt in her.
Until she disappears.
What are you talking like, really? Bad.
Got another one back there. Jane, this is pretty cool. If they asked you, would you come back to the franchise?
Yes.
I know that there were kind of like rumors floating around for a time that they were supposed to do like something with you or Bruce Campbell, like Ash.
I was talking to Bruce. I was at Comic-Con with him in Seattle last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, and he says he's retired, Ash. So it might need some convincing from him.
I heard something about you said you would do it, but only if Sam Raimi directed.
He told me he's retired. I know.
Maybe Sam told him he's done.
But you know, you never know with these guys. They like to surprise you.
Hi, thank you so much for being here, first of all. I was just curious about which part did you think was the most challenging part?
I think, honestly, they saved my death float away for the last take that we did because they could only do it once because it was actually just like a pool of chemicals. Like, it's just so many things that I should not have on my face or eyes because I would definitely get sick, and I did after. Then they said just, and FedEx was like, just float in it for as long as you can. Just don't breathe for as long as you can. We did like a minute of that, and then yeah, I got sick. That was the most challenging that I had to do.
I would say probably the blood rain sequence because that was 2 weeks of work. I was the only actor except for Randall, who was this very tall man who played the Abomination, which they like digitally put my face on his face. But it was 2 weeks of night shoots in blood rain every single take in winter, and it was hard, but it looks really cool.
How long was that? Because I thought you were there for a whole more
No,
month.
well, I was there forever in New Zealand for sure, but that sequence was 2 weeks. Yeah. And that's after getting raped by a tree, and, you know, a lot of other cool things.
It's another one of those things, read from the book. Oh, let's go into the forest and get raped by trees.
Yeah, casual.
I think I'm remembering things that I haven't remembered in a long time, like pushing glue as it floated into the mist of that nastiness. But I remember the dog dying, and they couldn't like get the dog to stay still or whatever. So they had brought this really gross, wet, like molting, maybe taxidermy dog possibly. And that was challenging because it didn't smell very good, and I was supposed to be like this emotional scene, and I didn't want to really talk to me about like relationship. Please just get this over with. Poor grandpa. That's right there. Yeah. Honestly, the thing that I learned about this movie the most, or just horror in general, by doing this film was how exhausting that it is physically. No one really tells you that before you do a movie like this, and then you find yourself, jumping rope before every single take because you have to run into it completely exhausted, or else it doesn't work and you don't look like you're actually exhausted. So we had to really exhaust ourselves most of the time, and it was really challenging. That was probably the most challenging part.
Yeah, I remember reading the script and being like, this is so funny and cool, yeah! And then doing it and being like, this sucks so much.
Well, I just want to start by saying, Mia, I think you're the greatest black girl of all time. And I think you all did such a great job.
Who's talking?
I am over here.
Wow, greatest final of all time? Thank you so much.
I'll die on that hill.
Yeah, because you have a tattoo of me, don't you?
Yes, it is.
That's pretty dope.
But I just want to ask you, that scene where you were in the bedroom, he's in here with you right now or something. How are you able to lock in with that? The emotion on your face and then just absolute fear. It's just one of my favorite scenes.
I mean, how would you feel if you were raped by a tree?
I don't know. I've never,
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty freaked out. I don't really know like the how. It's just that was a fun scene though because that was towards the beginning of shooting, and I remember everyone, including the creative people, the producers, were all pretty nervous that we were remaking this movie that is so iconic that it failed so harshly. And after that scene, I remember it was like sort of there was like a collective outburst of relief. People were like, okay, I think we're making something. I think we see what we're making.
Yeah, I remember that too because I don't think there was a lot of rehearsal. You were sort of like in that zone, and is that where I walk in, kind of check on you or whatever, and just think that you're lying or whatever, or you're, want to get out of there to get high or whatever it was. And yeah, that was a really fun scene because she really was incredible in that scene. And I remember sort of not having rehearsal and just sort of doing it and being like, fuck, James did it. Yeah, we didn't really rehearse the scenes as much, but one. Oh. Did they wait for them?
I have a 5-month-old son, and he's just starting to like wake up to the world. And on the plane, every time someone would talk, he was like,
What the hell was I gonna say now? I think it's gone. What was I talking about?
The scene in the bunk bed.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say we didn't rehearse the scenes as much, but what Fede did do for us, which was pretty cool, was that he had demon rehearsals. So we did rehearse and kind of find our own demon with a choreographer who would just kind of let us improv our own like demonic possessions and show us different moves as to how to look like we were being moved by some other entity, which is pretty cool of them to have created for us.
I was so happy that I didn't have to do that.
That's right. That's right.
The movements were really having a nice arcing back to the original film, and so many of the effects, like the boiling water scene, the visuals were fantastic. One that really sticks out to me is walking into the kitchen after she's out of the turkey leg, all of a sudden the arm just falls. Like you're not expecting that to happen, and then just all of a sudden, boom.
It's so gross. Yeah, I remember the boiling water scene specifically was pretty cool because I guess Sam Raimi was watching dailies during this thing, and somewhere in there we had filmed the boiling water scene with Jessica Lucas, and I think Sam was the one who was like, we need this scene to be longer. So the reason that I go in there and I like smash her head with a part of the sink is actually all because Sam Raimi watched it and was like, no, we need this to be even more gruesome. So that's pretty cool of Sam.
Did you fly back? Jessica flew back. You were there,
so we did reshoots while we were filming, I think. Yeah, it was still during while we were there. They remade the scene in the warehouse again because they were taking that shit apart. Yeah, crazy.
That bathroom scene out of the whole movie, really, that was one of those cringeworthy scenes for me when we were getting stabbed.
Oh yeah, and another piece of that was kind of fun was during those reshoots was when we did the needle in the eye, that shot of me taking it out, which was a magic trick because they didn't do any CGI to that at all. They just had a little needle that was like half the size of a needle, and it was blunt on the end, and they put a little glue on there, stuck it to the skin of my eye, and had me with KY jelly like slip it off slowly and then pitch it at the end, and it ends up being one of the coolest things that I saw in the movie, which is so sick.
Hi, my question is for Shiloh. I was wondering, are you disappointed that you didn't get a brutal death on screen?
No, watching these guys suffer through all the madness that they had to do, I felt very, very good about it, actually. I think I get shot in the leg with like a nail gun, so I had like a little limb. But no, for the most part, that was it really was a difficult shoot. We were because of all the practical things, it took way longer than you normally shoot movies. So sometimes, a whole day would be dedicated to a tiny little piece of it. And so you're still there sort of just waiting, and I know that, I can't remember who said it, but basically they pay you to wait, not to act, because acting is the fun part. And then all that blood and the stickiness of that blood every day, getting it off, I was very, very happy with my death. I think that, I can't remember, but I believe that we did a shot without contact lenses and then one with them in, and I think that was kind of a conversation is do I turn or have I sort of survived and what happens?
I can't remember, do you turn?
It's different. There's two different ones. Oh wow.
You see you against the door and your eyes are golden.
Yeah. So, that was cool. And just, it was really, it was grueling, but it was really neat, just the way that they do the fire, the way they did the water, the way they were doing what all these guys had to go through. So that was cool. I wanted a pad on my
leg and for them to shoot a real nail gun, but apparently nail guns don't actually shoot like that. Like you can't shoot somebody with one apparently, so that was a bit of a stretch. But yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much. So the ending definitely lends credence that there could be more. I mean,
I heard they're shooting 2 Evil Dead this year, and I was like, what the fuck?
Really?
What are you shooting without me? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, there's 2 new versions, so am I supposed to say that? Okay.
Oh, you know?
Okay.
If you could step into any other horror franchise, what would it be? The 3 of you.
I think I made a really big mistake 2 years ago, and they asked me to do the opening kill for, I think it was Scream 7. I didn't do it, and I regret it.
This is a good question. I don't know. I haven't thought about this enough. I think if there was...
The Shining.
Oh man, that would
Franchise.
be
That's not a
sick.
franchise? Okay.
I would be in Freddy Krueger. Honestly, that's my favorite character of all time because he used to scare the shit out of me as a kid. I've just had nightmares my entire childhood. So yeah, I'd be in a Freddy Krueger kill.
Robert Englund played my dad, and it was just like himself in like a white tank top. I was like, wow, dude. Apparently, like classically trained actor. Yeah, it was great, right? But Scream is a really good one. One of the first shows I did was with Steve Ulrich, and he was the sweetest guy. That would have been very cool. Franchises, I don't know. If any of you come see me, tell me which one I should have been in so I can answer this better next time.
Maybe you could be in like Thai.
That was New Zealand. They shot that in New Zealand. I don't know if I can go back there.
Hi, what is your favorite part in the movie or film?
I liked being a demon, honestly. I mean, that was pretty fun. In the fridge, they would have demon blood, demon vomit, and human vomit. It's just kind of crazy. I never got to really play with much of those, but the prosthetics that they put on me, I think took like 8 hours. It's pretty insane with all the makeup that they had on me because they had to make me look like I was filled with water and all bloated and stuff. Yeah, pretty nuts, nasty.
Yeah, when Jane is when I slam the basement door on her and she's going nuts and saying crazy stuff, that was really hard to take. Fede wanted her to say crazy stuff that was like very disturbing to me, so it was a little bit like, that was very memorable because it was hard to kind of stay in like character, because what do you say when your sister is saying that shit to you, that was memorable, and I really liked like going to the shed and trying to like heal, when I try to like tape you up and kind of get you back together. Yeah. That was really fun, and I think there's like, I don't know, like I'm chainsawing something, and I don't think that made the movie, but that was a really fun sequence, like that shed and me being friends with that dog, and you in there and whatever, so that was kind of cool. But also like, it was fun to do the opening of the movie and have everybody and just meet each other and have that like kind of like acting part before it all goes down. That was really fun too.
I think my favorite part was when I got to do the iconic Deadite coming out of the semi with the chains, but I think they cut that from...
They did. I remember
maybe
that.
it's in the director's extended cut, maybe something like, no. That was really fun. That was fun. I mean, I posted a clip of it on my Instagram because someone sent it to me and I was like, oh my god. Like, sometimes I have a fear that that's my true self because that was so easy. And so I'm like, wow, I'm really just exposing, I don't know, who I really am to the whole world. Feels good, gotta do that sometimes.
It's always more fun to be the bad person.
Is it?
That's a lot of folks I know.
What injuries did you guys sustain in real life making the movie?
I got an ear infection because the blood got in my ear. There's a scene in the water at the end where I sort of like skate across water with, who am I after, you? So someone in the basement and it's like, whatever. I was like on these like sort of skis and I hurt my leg. I like, you know, a lot of the scenes of me running through the forest after I crashed the car and I swim through the swamp, that's all me, and I was like way too eager and young at the beginning of the shoot. Was like, yeah, I'll do all of those things. So I'd like throw myself down hills into like brambles. Mostly I remember the ear infection because the doctor was like, there's pain in your brain. No, just kidding. But that was painful.
I remember like every day this would happen because I was covered in blood all the time. But I had the long hair, the beard, and this blood would start to congeal after a while. And so I would, you know, like Shiloh was just saying, there's a lot of waiting on the set, and so you fall asleep. And so I would fall asleep on my shoulder, and I would wake up attached, and I couldn't move, and I would just say, hey guys, can someone spray me? I'm completely connected right now. That sucked. Lost a lot of hairs.
Like, oh, poor you. Your cheek got stuck to your shoulder.
It ripped out. It really hurt. It really hurt.
Yeah, again, I think I came out pretty unscathed. But yeah, no, the blood was really, it would stick to you. Yeah, I can't complain too much. And I don't really just.
There's a scene in Terrifier 2 where they talk about a lot, just this massive amount of blood soaking the floor, and they have to basically pry her up after the shoot and everything. So you saying that about hair, that just kind of made me think about that. It just sounds awful. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, hair, skin, anything like that. That's all we're about. So, are you fans of horror? Are you like, obviously you are.
Yeah, I've been a fan since I was a kid. I think the first thing I ever saw was, like, as a horror movie was Creepshow 1 and Creepshow 2. Mostly Stephen King short stories, I guess, and I still love them to this day. They're some of my favorite movies to rewatch. But that kind of got me into horror, and then Freddy Krueger really took me the rest of the way until I found the Evil Dead franchise in that basement long ago.
I love horror too.
What's your favorite horror?
Of all time? Halloween.
I like Alien. It's a horror movie. Like that.
Did you see Freddy's new movie?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, incredible.
You know the Fire in the Sky?
Yes, I love that movie.
Yeah, that was the first scary movie I saw, and it was, it scared me because it's maybe true.
It's such a good movie because it's the whole, like 75% of the movie is on like Earth in this like really happy town, and everything's great, and there's no problem, and it just goes into straight disgusting element of being in an alien spaceship, touching dead bodies.
It'd be great if they remake it. Let's go. So Fire in the Sky, that's considered horror. That was one of my first and kind of holds a very special place in my heart. That's a good one.
I just wanted to ask, what was it like working with Fede Alvarez?
And Fede, just, he was great in the audition process. What was that short that he made, Aftershock?
Panic Attack.
Yeah, that Panic Attack, yeah. So he made that, and then I guess Sam Raimi saw it and, loved him and said, write me the script for Evil Dead. I think his story is that he set it on a boat and gave it to Sam Raimi, and Sam Raimi was like, I love this story, the rehab and everything, just take it on a boat and put it back in the cabin. And so he did that. He was
was so fun to work with for me. I mean, like, I just was kind of surprised the entire time that this guy from Uruguay, who had never made a feature before, was so good at working with actors, had written such a cool script, and obviously knew how to run a set really well. That's not something that most people know how to do. I work with a lot of first-time directors, and most of the time they don't know how to do that stuff. So this guy was really great.
Fedde's really, really smart. I wish I could remember things, but having a baby has like ruined my brain. But he is like a classical pianist. He speaks like multiple languages, and he is so good at computers. Help me. There was not enough money for certain things in Evil Dead for effects, and Fede did it himself, like on his computer. He's so detail oriented. He's so talented. He's so smart, and he's kind of obsessive. Like I saw him recently, and he was telling me about the things he had to do for Alien, but I just find it to be so impressive that he can do so many things.
Yeah, I was really nervous about doing the movie because of the fan base of Bruce Campbell and how different this movie was. And we went to dinner, and I was like maybe gonna say no, but he started climbing the line and getting drunk and telling me that the movie was really about family and sort of the underside of this sort of big organ that has all these crazy sort of effects, which I really kind of connected with. Detail oriented. I think he did a previs of the movie, so in some way he had to kind of make it on the computer beforehand. He would show us seeds of how he wanted it to look and where he wanted us to go. It's so cool that somebody from a different country can be sort of plucked or whatever and have this sort of vision, and it sort of is just inspirational for everybody. That you can really sort of be from anywhere and have this dream, and if you're good enough or work hard enough, you can sort of make it happen. That's really cool.
Definitely kind of came together it just flows, it's seamless. For him, like you said, being a first-time director that had never done a full feature, that was something that just it sticks out to me. Wow, knocked it out of the park.
And he did write a script that has depth. I think that's the biggest part of it, is that the writing was actually good. I mean, that's not something that you find for a lot of horror films, where there are great motivations, there are family dynamics, and then also just the idea that we're going to take her into a cabin where she can't leave so that we can rehab our friend because we want her to live. That's already a very emotional, caring place to start. So he wrote a really good script. I think that's a huge part of it.
You actually gave a shit about the character.
Yeah.
There's a lot of movies where you're seeing he's killed them first. But you actually gave a shit about the characters, and you wanted, I personally wanted the brother and sister to survive to the end and kind of reunite family and everything like that. I wanted the dog to live too, it's just me. But I seriously cared about every character, and when somebody that the first death in the movie, I was kind of shocked because I didn't think things would happen like that, and it said the cringeworthy scene needle in the eye, but I cared about everyone in the movie. So for him to write that and then for you guys to bring it to life was something that's missing in a lot of things, especially from the 2010s era. But it made people care.
Yeah, that brings me to one memory I had, which is that Sam Raimi really didn't want to be on the set. I didn't meet him during the process of this at all. I didn't meet Bruce Campbell until we had finished filmmaking during ADR, and I walked into the ADR. I was like, why is Bruce Campbell in a room over there? And they were like, he's taking audio clips from the original and importing them into the new movie. I was like, what? That's so fucking weird. Bruce Campbell really cares about this franchise. But also, I remember Bruce wrote us an email to begin with, and it just said hey, don't try to do what we did, make this your own. So that was a huge part of making a good movie out of this, was we weren't trying to do the same thing that they had already done. And they gave us the freedom to do that. And Sam gave Fede the freedom to do that by not being on his set, because I remember Sam's idea apparently was that if he got on that set, he would probably just take control and start doing everything and telling everybody what to do. So he didn't want to be a part of it. He just wanted Fede to take over himself.
First of all, I think your movie is easily the greatest remake of all time, and probably the greatest horror movie of all time. I'll die on that hill. But I'm just curious, probably not nearly as serious of a question, but did anybody take anything home with them, any props or something from the set? Maybe an Necronomicon or something cool?
That would be so awesome. I did get my shirt. I got my flannel shirt that has all the blood all over it and a hole in the chest and all that. They told me never to tell anyone, but now you know.
I think they give us like necklaces or something when we started the ceremony, the New Zealand sort of like ceremony, and they gave us like necklaces. No, I mean maybe give them the boots.
I have my chainsaw.
It's cool to see you ever taken off from movies.
My chainsaw.
I don't think I have any good answers to that. I'm not good at stealing, apparently. I wish I was.
I didn't steal it.
They just gave it to you?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have given me a chainsaw.
That's happened where I was like, hey, I love these boots, can I take them? She was like, no, they're part of the studio. You can, you can't buy them. We'd have to steal them. But they green light to steal these, and I stole them, and then got a call from the studio being like, you need to bring these boots back. So bad idea. Yeah. Really? I've never seen the chainsaw. Do we have any other questions?
Like my stopper is not working.
Chainsaw back from New Zealand. You get this damn thing in your bag.
I think they must have shipped it to me. I don't know how. I don't remember literally anything. It's in my basement in my house, and it was a real chainsaw that they probably made not working. Again, the brain is not working, but it's still covered with all the paint from the blood.
Jordan. Hands on set, all done in our own probably.
We didn't get to work together that much, actually. It was like, there was like a couple of weeks at the beginning where we were all together, and then it was like this storyline, this storyline, this storyline.
That's true. I think the most fun what we got to have wasn't it Easter or something, right during the rehearsals? So everybody took like 4 days off, and no one really told us that we were going to have 4 days off, so we had no idea what to do. Everybody else was going on vacations and shit, so I started calling all these people and finding out if we could go on a vacation. We found a house somewhere in New Zealand, and that's probably where all the shenanigans happened. We were like off a golf course on a beach, and we got to party. The first thought actually was we asked the production if we could stay in the real cabin that we were filming in, and they said no, it's a liability. We're not going to let you do that.
So I can't believe we wanted to do
I can't believe we wanted to do that. We didn't know what we were getting into.
Yeah, Lou bought a car when he was in New Zealand.
That's right.
He bought a car for like a couple grand and had a couple weeks off and drove around, which I thought was so cool. So
on the wrong side of the road.
I had to learn to drive on the left side of the road, also on the other side of the car.
Yeah, and then he finished the movie, and I bought the car from him for $2 grand.
Oh yeah.
And then used the car for the next however long I was there, and then gave it to this woman named Keisha Hughes. It was like so she had I don't know what I'm doing after that. But yeah, the fact that he bought a car and like was cruising around New Zealand, that was pretty shenanigan. Yes.
One more question. Lou, you seem really passionate about horror, but this question's for all three of you. Would you guys return to the horror genre again?
I'm supposed to shoot a horror film in June.
I just shot 2 horror films. One of them
me, and I just went to Sundance and South by Southwest. Hopefully you guys get to see that soon, because it's about tentacle sex. And I play a hip-hop dancing alien who likes to tentacle sex people and keep them in enslaved toxic relationships. That's fun. And then one called Avalanche, where I'm stuck in an avalanche. So, horror, hell yeah.
Yeah, sure. That sounds super cool. Tentacle sex. Yeah, for sure. It's tough. It's like, what do you do after this movie? You know, what comes along that you're sort of like, oh yeah, this makes sense to do. This is going to be sort of not necessarily significant, but sort of like fun and meaningful. So it's a hard combination to find when you do a movie like this.
All right, folks.
A real technical question for Lou. There's a scene, I just watched it recently, there's a scene in the bathroom, now I'm not sure it was your stunt double, that fell backwards and fell on the toilet. Was that toilet gimmick or like plastic? Because my back hurts even watching that scene.
That was me.
Oh no.
Yeah, I took pretty much all the time. I kept saying, Fede, I'll do it. Let me do it. I want to do it. And then a couple times they didn't let me. And they did have a stunt double do that once, like just in case. But I was the one who was doing it over and over and over again and slamming my back on that thing. So yeah, I enjoy doing my own stunts if I can. It's just more fun.
What was the toilet made out of? Normal toilet?
Yeah. No, it was just a normal toilet. When they did it for the stunt, because I think for the stunt, did they break the toilet? Did it look like it broke?
But your back just fell on that toilet.
Yeah,
you fell down. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, it was just a real toilet. It hurt. It did hurt.
Did your back all completely just black and blue?
Yeah. No, honestly, I didn't get bruised at all. I grew up doing pratfalls and working with like physical comedy and stuff like that, doing community theater, so I was kind of used to it. It was real fun.
Yeah, like he said, I watched it too. Yeah. Alright folks, so that's all the time that we have for this one. If you get the chance, please stop by their tables and see them. They'll be here for the rest of the day.
Well, travelers, it's been a great day of panels so far. We still have so much more to go through and experience at this Horrorhound. Excuse me if I sound very, I want to suck your blood. I still have the fangs that I bought from Horror Show Jax, and I'm getting used to them, but I'm liking them, travelers. What do you think? So many people out in the halls. I just left the Evil Dead panel for a bit. Wanted to do a quick circle around before Henry Winkler's thing, but I wanted to show these awesome cosplayers here. This is my favorite section of Beetlejuice right here. Oh, let me see if I can get them. Oh, they look so cool. Okay, travelers, you may remember this company, MRT, from previous videos such as my Houston Horror Film Fest videos. They have amazing posters. Look at these prints right here, guys. You have Phenomena Beetlejuice. You have Blue Velvet there. Looks amazing, guys. Love the artwork with this company. And if you're interested, you will be able to find their Instagram right there. Go ahead and scan it. And they will give you plenty of goodies to look at, such as this exclusive Reanimator print. Look at how cool that is. Cat dead, details later.
In October, I'm going to be 80, and I'm still sitting at the table. I don't know if they do this here, but is there an opportunity to ask questions? There's not a microphone, so you're going to have to use your outside voice. One on each side. There is a microphone on each side. Who wants to ask a question? Who has to pee? Right up, where are they? Right back there. Oh, they're all the way in the back, so you can't find them. Go to any, you know what? Or stand up and yell. They got one right here. They got one right here. Right here in the back. Hi. What's your name?
My name's Damien. Thank you so much for advocating for people with dyslexia. I grew up in Central Appalachia. I had dyslexia, and I was very creative. And listening to people like you inspired me. And last week, I shot and directed a feature film. It's got worldwide distribution and screened on 2 continents. So I just want to say thank you so much.
All right, somebody else.
I have a question.
Yes, what is your name?
Oh, I was wondering, could you tell me a little bit about everything that I'm reading? You have this affinity for bringing cakes to set.
Well, you know what? I have to say, I love the crew. These men and women, they kill for you. The actor shows up, you do your job, you go home, the crew is still there. They're putting everything away, they're moving it to the next location. So I bring them a chocolate bundt cake in the morning, and it makes me feel good, and I also love having a piece.
On that note, but I wanted to show my appreciation for you.
That microphone is like the worst.
Alright, is this better? Yeah. Please don't think that we're jumping the shark here with this.
All the fans are flooding out, and the next thing in store for us is the cosplay contest.
For all the kids in the back, I said, hey there, Horrorhound family! Man alive, he was right, there are. I mean, this is standing room only, you guys. We're cool kids at the club today. I am incredibly impressed. That must mean not only do we have some incredible contestants, but we have incredible family and supporters of them, and that makes you guys pretty freaking cool in my book. So here's what's gonna happen. All of my friends who took the time to get dressed up with me today, like my beautiful judges down here. Hey, did you not get the memo about the theme? I will personally invite you for every theme from now on. That is absolutely deplorable. Everyone, today I am going to have all of my friends come up here and visit with me for just a moment. We don't have too many contestants, so I may ask some questions. I may have them show the judges some things about their costumes. My contestants, what you're going to do for me is you're going to come up here. You are going to cross the stage carefully. There are stairs. Then you're going to come right here in the middle, and you're going to show our beautiful judges your lovely costume work. And if there's something you really want to make sure they see, flaunt it, darling. Not that I have a tail or anything. I know. But what you're going to do, you're going to come up for me. You're going to come about halfway. You're going to give them the business proper. Okay? So if you have an act, do it. If you have something that you want to say it. And I will support you, provided that it is crowd friendly. I know we like spicy content, but this is the kids' costume contest, my friends. You stick around for the adult show. We do our taxes. Things are really, really educational. No, but what we're gonna do, you're gonna come up, you're gonna flirt with my judges, and then you're gonna come across the stage and you're gonna be ushered down these other set of stairs from me to Man-at-Arms and She-Ra. They got They say don't put baby in the corner, but by gosh, we'll put a hero over there. What up, villains? You guys look great. Yeah, so the theme was Masters of the Universe, you guys, and we'll talk more about that later. And next year we're gonna invite Mark, and Mark's gonna dress up with us because I feel terrible now. You do look really sexy though. You're the guy who helps me with my taxes, right? You don't tell riddles though. It's that 1-800 tax thing. Oh, free money and grants, yes. Everybody remembers that guy. And if you don't, congratulations, you're younger than me, and that's awesome. Jealous. So, here we go, friends. I'm going to have all my kiddos come up. We're going to go one at a time. You're going to come right to the middle, flirt with my judges, and then Man-at-Arms and She-Ra are going to usher you to safety, away from me, because has this kitty been fed? No. And that's a shame. So, is everybody ready? Can I hear it for my kiddos, please? monsters I have on this side of the room. Just for me. You guys are also here, but they're for me. You guys look so good. I can't wait to meet all of you.
Alright guys, everyone is making the pilgrimage over to the Delta Hotel for the after party. It's going to be a lot of fun, that's for sure. Alright, everyone's ready for the after party. Going back to their rooms to decompress for a bit, or either going straight to the bar or to the lounge where everyone will be hanging out and ready for the party. It's gonna be a fun time, travelers. Okay, so we're just hanging out, vibing. I'm gonna hit the bar up. We're just here waiting for the doors to open up for the after party. They have movie screenings that will be going on that way. that way is where karaoke is. You saw that last night. But hey, we're gonna have a fantastic time here, travelers. Can't wait. Oh man, it's gonna be too much fun. Okay, travelers, the line is moving. We are finally getting into the after party, guys. We are finally making our way, and thank goodness this room is large enough to handle all us weirdos. Yeah, let's go. Woo! Man, everyone, it is going down. Everyone's trying to get their prime spot to see Corey. I'm cool being even back here, guys. I don't care. All right, guys, we have like a putt game. All right, let's try to win some prizes before this concert starts. Guys, this is what I love about Horrorhound. Vibrant, tons of people. Everyone's ready to party, especially this guy. And as you guys can see, we have the ring toss going on over there. See some, oh, almost. We have full prize right there. Oh. See. Nice, winner, winner. All right, guys, you think people are ready to see Corey Taylor? I don't think so. There's no way this Corey guy has any fans. There's no chance at all.
Yes. How are you doing, Horrorhounds, this evening? My name is Elliot, and I am the uncredited host of Horrorhound Night Terrors. Yeah. Woo. Say what we're feeling. You gotta do the say what we're feeling. We're feeling right.
I don't know what kind of show this is.
Did you even say thank you to Horrorhound for letting you here?
It was the first thing I said. I said thank you, Horrorhound. I don't need to do the same.
What kind of suit you wearing?
I'll see you guys later. I don't need to sit here.
Well, you're not getting stuff for Christmas, bitch.
Woo!
Shit. I'll be right back, folks. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, Elvis, or Clownvis, or...
It's crazy because...
Oh, dear.
Now, you'll have to bear with me.
I'm going to try to get a little further this.
Over 3 years, so this is kind of special. But I put together something really fun. You guys ready?
Yeah!
Here we go.
Okay, everyone, and we are here kicking it for the late night film that they will be having. Well, the late night film block that they will be having. I can't wait to check it out. One of my favorite things about Horrorhound, having a late night screening here for us horror fans that want to hang out late. We may not want to be in the midst of a loud concert or karaoke, so we can take in films, guys. So we are going to have a fantastic time. You know I am, guys. Guys, it has been a long night. It is a little bit past 1 in the morning. Karaoke is still going on. Let me show you guys a little bit. Hey, there's still people hanging out. Hey, man, the night owls are out. Hey, we're having a great time, guys, but I'm about to turn it in pretty early. I have one more day here at Horrorhound. I'm going to make it count. Still have to get my Ty West autograph. And hey, who knows what else I'll get into. So join me tomorrow for the final day of Horrorhound 2025 Spring Edition. Okay, travelers, we are here for day 3 of Horrorhound Spring 2025. So, you know, I've taken it pretty easy. Gonna actually try to hit some of the vendors today. We have a couple of panels, and other than that, we're gonna take it easy and just see how it goes, travelers. It was a fun after party last night, as you can see. Check out my live stream as well from last night. I'll put the link up in the video. But guys, let's go and see what this final day has in store for us. I absolutely love this part, and I hope they bring it back. You know, you can actually just hang out here, unwind, you know, have a drink or two, take in some Michael Berryman pictures, and, you know, watch it with, you know, the fellow horror lovers. So, let's go on, guys.
Who's a fan of rom-com slashers? Woo! Who knew 5 minutes into Hard Eyes who the killer was? Yeah! Liars. You guys are lying. You guys are just fucking with me. Alright, from the movie Hard Eyes, please welcome Devin Sawa! So we got the Sunday crew. Come on up, Alex McCall! Got the Sunday crew today.
What's up, everybody?
Woo! Yeah! So, you said that you knew who the killer was. Who was it? Right there. Right there. You said that you knew right away.
The killer was in the first 5 minutes, though. I wasn't in the first 5 minutes either. but that's amazing.
I did think it was you. I really did. For a little bit, I thought it was you.
I think I was intentionally supposed to be red hair. Like, I didn't do shit up a lot to make everybody think that I was that guy.
Yeah, I seriously, I thought that it was you, and right up until, you know, even after you were murdered in the movie, I was like,
still could be him. It's possible. It's possible. Still took one for the team.
but Jordana Brewster coming out there waiting shit. Has everybody seen it? Okay.
Yeah, Lillard's coming back in the next screen, so everything's you know, amazing.
It used to be in comic books, they would say that the only two people that really are dead is Uncle Ben and Bucky Barnes, Spider-Man and Captain America. Yeah, they're both back. Alex, how was everything for you with the physicality that you had to do with it?
Yeah, it was great. It was interesting to have that physicality. So it's a new challenge for me to start. It was really cool to sort of get to grips with their character. Josh, the director, really liked me to research a bit of Jason Lives and have that kind of presence. So it was cool. It was cool to play with.
I love the scene at the drive where you were just menacing and kind of walking a little bit every time you sort of see someone, you're just like, quick kill,
yeah, it was a lot of
fun. I mean, it was great. Like, I love that. Great job.
I had, when I got off the plane from Los Angeles to New Zealand, it was like, I don't know, it was a 14-hour flight or something like that. I had no idea what Hard Eyes looked like. They had no pictures. I kind of, sorry. All right, so I had no pictures. I had no idea what he looked like. I had just got off on a 14-hour flight, and they wanted me to go right to the studio to do a wardrobe fitting. And when I was there, they're like, "Oh, you gotta come and meet Alex and Olivia, Mason, and Josh, and everybody like that." And I remember walking for the first time, and they were doing the scene with the dildo. The dildo scene was the first, and I was like, "Where the fuck am I?" And he looked. It's the first time I saw his character. The first time I saw him doing the stuff, and it was just everything just fit perfectly at that point. The way you were moving, your mannerisms, and the look of the costume, and
the way you held the dildo,
the throwing of the dildo, the buzzing. It was all so amazing.
So that was my very first day filming.
Was it really? So your first experience too.
My very first scene.
Had you seen the costume?
Yes.
So you had
so I've been in the contests and stuff, but yeah, my very first day filming was sex toys in place.
Yeah.
That's a good introduction to this movie.
Yeah, so I thought when I'm playing up until I got there, I thought it was going to be the emoji face, like on a body and like the yellow, like, but they killed it, you know, with all the movements. So.
Yeah, the outfit, the costume, the mask was just fantastic. It's so kind of creepy, but also
sexy. Yeah, right? No, it was a good-looking killer.
And then turning the red. Is that weird? But the scene though, when they're turning the eyes on, and that was kind of like the red. I mean, it was like functional, sexy, and scary as shit.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for the costume designers. How was the vision on that? Was that impaired at all?
Yeah, so it was hard to see when we had the eyes in, so that we had 6 different masks. So we had one that had specifically the light up eyes for the police station scene, so you couldn't see anything when they were like naked, right? So that was tough. It was like step to your left, step to your right, kind of thing, and sort of be guided around the school. And then the others had sort of removable eyes, but even in that daylight, they're like that red color, you can't see much. So we're shooting at night time, you can see nothing. So it was tough, but it was fun.
Did they let you keep one? You got to keep nothing? No standing mask or anything?
No. Just after we finished the last scene, and as I took it off, the production were like, thanks. I'm taking it straight back. That was it.
It's funny because I've been like a big question recently is, you know, with the movies, like, oh, what did you get to take home? Did you get to like, keep anything home?
I wish there's so many different props I wish that I kept from different movies, from wardrobe. I wish I had the stand outfits. I wish I had, you know, the inhaler from Idle Hands. I wish there's so many different things that you think of, like, at the end of the day, you're like, yeah, take it back. I don't want to see this again. I've had it for 2-3 months and I'm done with it. But then like 30 years later, like, oh, I wish I kept more stuff. Check out the mask. Oh, stolen it.
We talked to Jane Levy yesterday from Evil Dead, and she said that she wound up with her chainsaw.
Oh wow!
From Evil Dead. I was like, no. And they shot in, I think they shot in New Zealand as well.
Did you put a chainsaw on her suitcase?
Yeah, that's what we were trying to figure out. How did you get the chainsaw back? She's like, I think they shipped it to me. So you just ask them for it, and they just ship you a chainsaw. It's fucking perfect. Brought up a good point about Stan.
Yeah.
I didn't realize until I was kind of looking into things like how long ago that had been.
25 years this year.
Yeah. I mean, 25 years of awesome Eminem music. So.
Yeah. He's a genius.
And also, I didn't realize how much Stan merchandise was out. There's a whole clothing line.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's like an Eminem Stan clothing line.
Wow. I never knew that.
Yeah,
I know they're making a documentary, and Eminem's involved in the documentary about his career, but mostly to do with the Stan video. And apparently the director has boxes and boxes and boxes of unused footage and behind the scenes stuff. And he says it's going to he shows them. I'm excited, yeah. Excited to see what he's doing on that set.
One of the things that I found when I was going through is somebody was actually selling one of the letters from the video that was.
Yeah, I wrote all those. They had me writing those letters.
Really?
Yeah, I was writing one. So if you look at the handwriting, it's exactly the same as it is now, which is really scary. It hasn't changed at all. In 25 years, it's still chicken scratch that I can read. But it fits Stan.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was an awesome video. It was a great character, and you wouldn't think that, like, I mean, most folks wouldn't think, oh, what a 4 or 5 minute music video that you could channel like the emotion and everything that you did in that. But you know, that was fucking groundbreaking.
Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was different times. That played on TRL for like 3 or 4 months, like on loop. So it was good times.
Sure. For those of you that don't remember what that is,
there's some people in here that probably have no idea what TRL is.
Raise your hands if you know what TRL is.
All right, we're good.
Okay. Raise your hands if you know who Carson Daly is. Oh shit.
Good. There you go.
Hey, also, if you have questions, I didn't mention this at the beginning, but we've got Jeremy standing back there with a microphone. Or if you want, just raise your hand, he'll come around to you. So, anybody have any questions that they want to? Oh, Jeremy, I need you to come up here to this young lady here. You have been like super patient every time you've been in here. I just want to thank you for coming out. Right there.
I wanted to ask you if it's okay, something about Final Destination. When you were in that, did you have any scene in particular that you were in that it kind of bothered you a little bit? Especially like with the dream, with the fire and the plane. And what would be your favorite stunt that you've gotten to do?
No, none of it bothered me. It was, when people ask me, was it fun shooting Final Destination? It wasn't a lot of fun. It was long, wet, cold days, nights, actually all nights. It was a pretty tough shoot, but it was all worth it at the end. None of the scenes really bothered me, but there was a lot of intense stuff, a lot of screaming and yelling, and explosions and sweating. It was a pretty tough shoot. It was the opposite of what Idle Hands was. Idle Hands was like summer camp with a bunch of us goofing around for 2 months. But both the movies turned out to be those, a Final Destination. We had to endure that kind of shit for it to look like it did at the end. So, but none of the scenes really bothered me. It was all worth it. Stunts.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I've done some cool stuff. Recently, I got pushed off a small cliff. That was kind of fun. So I was working on a TV show called The Ridge with the same stunt coordinator that worked on Hearts, called Stephen Quinn. It was fantastic. He called me up the night before and said, "Would you come in?" And just, we're going to do a little high falls, just a couple of meters, it'll be fine. And then when I got, it was maybe 8 or 9 meters. I was, you're going to be a dead body, we're just going to kind of push you off. Don't hurt yourself, you'll be fine. And that's kind of how it is. No, that was great, that was really fun. I did a lot of work on a TV show called Power Rangers, so I know that's quite popular over here as well. And that's always fun, just all day, fully dressed in, skin tight lycra, running around and fighting and flipping and falling and, rearranging, so to keep it PG. Yeah, that's probably most of the fun I've had.
I like how he said rearrange and you keep it PG, so like
let's not go there.
Yeah, were you like a Power Rangers fan at all previously? Or just...
So mostly it's for us as the New Zealand stunt department, we play the villains and the monsters and the minions and stuff. Now and again I got to double couple the Rangers, the Ranger and Black Ranger and that. It may be the coolest uncle in the world to my nephew, which is great. I'm still like thanking that.
Hang on to that.
You just did Megan too, right? Did you work on?
Yes, just a little bit of stuff.
You've done some pretty cool stuff over there on that.
Yeah.
Island.
New Zealand's amazing. We get a lot of international productions come over, kind of because we've got the Western infrastructure. We've got mountains and rainforests and stuff. So, yeah, it's great.
Do you still live in New Zealand?
Yes, I've been there for about 5 years now. So I'm originally from the UK. But I much prefer New Zealand.
It's a magical place, it really is.
See that we've got one back here.
In the Hard Ice movie, what was your guys' favorite, like, behind the scenes bloopers or your funniest moments, or,
Mason Gooding is so much fun to be around. He's I don't know, it's not really a blooper, but he's just got this, this presence, this aura. That was my favorite part, the young cast and how cool they were and how much fun they were to be around. And Josh Rubin was an amazing captain of the ship. He would sing the song from Shrek every time we nailed a take. Like you knew you did a good job and you heard somebody. Okay, we're moving on. You liked the scene. It was just that kind of atmosphere. It was that kind of feel. It was light. No one felt scared to explore or try things. There was no real egos except for me on set. It was really just a cool production. I hope that answered your question.
Much the same, to be fair. It was just such a cool vibe on set. Like you said, Josh, it was so much fun.
Yeah, he really controlled the atmosphere.
Yeah, I think everything sort of came from him, so it was like Mason is, very loud, very fun.
Yeah,
he's the greatest. So that's super.
I thought it was kind of funny how the dynamic was reversed between Mason and Olivia, where he, for lack of a better term, please don't get pissed at me, he was almost more girly, more the romantic type.
I'm she get pissed off.
And she was like the cynic in the movie. You know, she was like, love sucks and this and that. I don't want to go through this, but he was like really looking for love. So I love that dynamic.
Yeah,
it's kind of switched around.
I think the producers got really lucky because they cast two phenomenal actors as leads, but then you can't really predict the chemistry between the two leads. It's just gotta kind of work, and their chemistry is phenomenal. They just kind of bounce off each other, and it's natural and grounded and sweet, but at the same time it's big and they're just perfect. I think the role of those two.
Yeah, the dynamic was fantastic between them.
Hello? Okay. I have a question for Devin that's not really Hard Eyes related.
Okay.
I just wanted to know what it was like to be able to play two different characters on the set of Chucky.
For the first season?
Yeah.
Chucky was Chucky, what happened on Chucky probably will never happen again in my life, and I knew that when I was shooting it. I played 5 different characters. I played the 2 brothers in the first season, the priest in the second, and the president, the double in the third. And to do that as an artist is like I get to be different people within a world. I feel privileged that I get to do it. Don Mancini trusted me a lot, and I hope we get to revisit it again. I know that Don plans to at the end of this year. He's kind of allowed to go out and explore different options for Chucky. I don't know whether it's going to be a movie. I don't know whether he's going to continue the TV show. But whatever he does, my fingers are crossed so tightly that I get to be part of it because it was absolutely awesome.
Right over here.
My name's Derek.
Hold on.
Taylor wasn't in the line.
Wait, he's where? He's like, I gotta go. Go ahead. Derek, right?
Yeah. My name's Derek. I absolutely love the movie. It was legit one of my favorite movies I've watched this year. I adored the hell out of it. I also recently watched Idle Hands at a Stoner Night in Chicago, and it was awesome. So I just wanted to know, how do you balance suspense and humor in your performance to keep both elements effective?
First of all, the stoner thing, I had no idea how much, I guess it's not surprising, but I went to a rooftop screening in LA on a rooftop, and they projected it onto another building, and everybody was sitting in chairs and whatever. As soon as the opening credits started, the whole place started lighting joints and pipes. And I was like, oh my God, what have I done? So I never knew that. What was the question? Was how do I? I tried to play everything serious and let the situation be the comedy. I think that's how it works the best. That's how I think if the script is really good, like Hard Eyes, the comedy just kind of plays in the situation. So that's how I balance the two.
Will you come back here and host a Stoner Night once?
Yeah, I don't smoke weed, but I can appreciate people that do because they listen better.
That's the thing.
I tend to see people just going. I don't care if they don't realize what I'm saying. They're listening.
Maybe they should have something in schools now. And
Maybe.
Wow. We might be able to do something here. So, is that, do they do a lot of those stoner nights?
That was the only one I went to, but...
Sure. Oh, wow. That's cool.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
What was, how much did it cost to go to this?
$15.
Asking for a friend.
15.
15?
Yeah.
In BYOW? Bring your
Yeah. They got little gummies at the beginning.
Shut up.
The best part is they were supposed to have a cannabis bus and it got towed. They never made it.
Potheads, man. Dude was too lazy to find a parking spot. They were like...
Just walk up front with the wheelchair, looks fine.
Yeah, dude, I just gotta get in there, man.
Thanks for your question, Cheech.
My name is Joey Plata here. I work at Kings Island as a line cook for Miami River Brew House here. I met him. He's the nicest man ever. And also, I watched Hard Eyes in AMC Theater. It was pretty unique and very creative. Amazing Gordon did a wonderful job. And I have a question. If there's a sequel to Hard Eyes, I talked to you about it earlier. I hope the director Josh Newman will include Say His Name, he appears, Joe Henry as a Hard Eyes hero. And also, the villain will be the Clover Eyes, potentially played by Barry Corgan.
Okay.
And also, Joey's character, her niece, will be Antonia Rhodes from Terrifier. I hope this will happen.
Okay, right.
Similar to Terminator 2. Go ahead.
Did you write that down? Did you write that down?
I memorized it.
Oh, we have it on video too. So.
Thank you.
I like that you threw Joe Henry in there.
How you doing?
I just want to say I think Hard Eyes is super underrated. Appreciated more down the road. Another thing that's underappreciated, I think, is stunt work. So Alex, this is to you, man. Is there any hardships that you've come across just in your getting into stunts that you can speak on? Just really curious.
Yes, the last 2 years for me have been quite tough. I had two quite big surgeries. So I had an ankle surgery about 2 years ago. That was really tough. So I had about a year of rehab. It was like 4 hours a day, every day, just to get back to work. It was actually my first time job Parkinson's. So that was tough. It was really tough. But that's stuff you have to deal with. Your body is your work. And there's an inherent risk in the action that you do all the time. So for us, I would say it's all about safety. So it's making sure that the actors are safe, we're safe, the crew's safe, everybody gets in, even if it means you have to take the time to break it down. And that can be frustrating for people as well. But that's the next one.
What's the biggest stunt that you've ever done?
I don't know if I have like crazy stunts. My kind of niche, so my background is in like martial arts, taekwondo world champion. I do gymnastics and tricking. So most of my stuff's based on like fighting film. That's why Power Rangers for me was ideal. So it's just like all day, every day, which is probably the biggest and a big one would be cliff fall. Just getting over the top of the cliff was a new experience. So that's fun. Yeah.
So not the dope.
No, not the dope. Don't worry, that's locked in.
Did you say that you're a Taekwondo world champion?
Yes. If you go to his page on Instagram, there's some flipping. There's some flipping and kicking. And
come check me out.
He's pretty good. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Shameless plug, get me on Instagram.
What's your Instagram handle?
Alex McGold 412.
Alright, everybody, right now, go to Instagram. Right over here.
Any stories about dancing?
Yeah, I got some stories. No, I like dancing. It was for those of you that don't know, I did a movie with Glenn Danzig called Death Rider in the House of Vampires, right? And it was me, Eli Roth, Julian Sands, and a few other people. Danzig's in there a little bit. And it was the most unconventional shoot that I'd ever had. done a movie with Fred Durst and John Travolta, and I had a really great time doing it. I loved Fred's energy, so I thought when the Danzig script came along, I was like, oh, another rock star wants to direct that. I'm game, let's do this. And it was great, it was fun. It was very unconventional in terms of ways. But any stories? I mean, that opening sequence, did you see it? The opening sequence, like the topless girl, I don't know why we had to have a topless girl in that scene, but she was there. We went out to that desert to shoot we would get there at 1 in the morning to wait for the sunrise so we could get that perfect shot. It was like 3 days we did that for or something like that. Just stuff like that, went on that kind of, Danzig rock star, like, gotta have, it was cool. It was a good shoot. It was a good time.
In the middle of the desert, was he wearing full black?
He was always wearing full black. It was cold out there at that time, so he had his jeans back. He was dancing, man. I like the dude. If I saw him at the supermarket buying cat litter, I would give him a hug.
That's something I never expected to hear from anybody. I would go up and hug Danzig if I saw him right now. I just never expected to hear him.
He's a good guy. And Eli Roth was amazing.
Eli's fantastic. Yes. No. Yes, go ahead.
For me, my favorite type of horror movie changes all the time. Like, one week it'll be Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the next week it'll be The Shining. Like, it's just like Devil's Rejects. I always go back to. I think that's a phenomenal made film. I love all the Freddy Krueger stuff. I can never nail down just one. I just love all the plays. I think depending on my mood. Bruce Campbell inspired Outlands. I've told face-to-face behavior, but I ripped you off. As a kid, we had a trampoline, and I used to do my Evil Dead 2 impressions with the hand myself. And so when I went in for Idle Hands, which wasn't called Idle Hands at that point, it was something completely different. There was one sequence in that original script where my hand is possessed, and I went into it was an audition scene. I went into Sony with all the suits and everything, and I just started to flip myself around like Bruce Campbell did. And they just ended up evolving to Idle Hands movies. But as far as favorite horror films, that changes. Some of the new stuff, Terrifier, Hereditary. I just love that genre. Anybody going to see me cook? Could be my new favorite.
What do you think it's about? It is.
When I was younger, I thought less about what I was doing. Everything, I was fearless. Like when I was playing Sean the Beggar in SSO, it was just, I was just having a good time. Like I don't know whether I would be able to do some of this stuff the same way nowadays, which is very unfortunate. I'm losing all my ability to pretend as much as I did when I was a young fella, which is sad. But I was just so weird back then. I don't know, it was fearless and crazy, and so now I'm a little more self-conscious of what I'm doing, which is not the greatest thing.
Yes. Yes.
Hi. I just have a question for both of you. What inspired you guys into that fantasy story? What was the film that maybe defined it for you? That said, hell yeah, I'm doing this. I'm doing flips. I want to get thrown off cliffs, and I want to keep pursuing acting. And I want to do that.
So for me, when I was a kid, it was just anything Jackie Chan. Anything Jackie Chan from the 80s and 90s was just the absolute best. I don't know if anyone's, if you've seen like Project 8 with Jackie Chan, it's like that was a big one. And then watching the behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings, and watching all the stunt departments and how they get to work together and what they have to do and where they were doing it in New Zealand, which is part of the reason why they wanted to go to New Zealand. Yeah, we kind of just developed and training for a long time and competing and meeting people and networking. Yeah, it just came from there.
Read about the Jackie Chan stuff, any of that stuff was like the big brawl is one of my personal favorites. Yeah.
I ate the drunken monster. Just amazing stuff. Kind of puts us all the new guys to shame because they just went. No, you couldn't do it.
I think kind of Elliot's a pretty cool get to the stuff that he's been putting out.
Yeah, he's got some cool stuff. There's a lot of really fantastic action actors as well. Doing a really great job. So that's, it's always inspiring to
For me, I got into the business by accident. I was in 5th grade. My teacher suggested if I wanted to be center of attention, I wanted to be the class clown, maybe I should join the theater. So it was kind of like a punishment thing. And I was made to join this little hole-in-the-wall theater, Jamestown Theater in Burnaby, just because that was where I was supposed to get my, class clown stuff out. It didn't help with school, but I ended up loving the theater, and I ended up going to another theater that's bigger, and ended up, just loving doing what I was doing, and I got cast and whatnot. But it changed. Everything changed for me when I was shooting Now and Then in Savannah, Georgia, and I don't know if it was the age, but we saw Pulp Fiction in the theater that summer, lots of times, and that's when I realized there was something much more to this whole thing, and I wanted to do it for the rest of my life. I wanted to do what those guys were doing. So, yeah.
Right back there.
So I just watched the movie last night. I loved it. But I wanted to hear from Alex about the stunts. So what were some of your favorite things to do in this movie, or maybe some of the more difficult scenes?
So for me, my favorite sequence to film was the outdoor cinema, the movie place. That was great. We had free reign to just make up as many kills as we could create. We had a bunch of stunt guys come in, we got to play around with ideas, it was cool. And then obviously they film quite a few, and then they take the ones that are like the best storytelling sequences we can get. But that was a lot of fun. The most difficult one, I think, to make was probably the carousel, just because the logistics of doing that safely with Olivia and her stunt double Hannah was also really fantastic. But Olivia did a really great job on the carousel. That was a hard sequence to create and do safely, but yeah, that was a lot of fun too.
Final Destination. How you experienced with the late Tony Todd on set?
Tony Todd, he was only there one day, when 1 or 2 days when we shot the original Final Destination, so I didn't get to know him on that, but we became friends over the years doing these, conventions and whatnot. Phenomenal man, a sweet man, gonna be missed, especially by the horror community. He was a great guy, he was a great dude.
I hope Tony Todd will be hoping next year in 2026 Oscars. I hope he nominated as a supporting actor. He kind of deserves mandate as the Oscar just.
Sure.
He's a good dude. I love him.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you. Another one right back there.
Hey, thanks both for being here. I had a question for Devin. So in Final Destination 2, your character's got unceremoniously killed because of a brick fell in his head.
Yeah.
I just wondered, there's kind of a story about you not only not being in that next one, but kind of just being unceremoniously killed off.
The schedules didn't work out, and they may have been bitter. I don't know. Listen, it's they made a great film. They made great films since. I've seen them all. I've gone to a couple of premieres. It's just what it was back then.
such a cool concept too. Yeah, you can't escape death. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah, it was a great concept. It was an X-Files episode originally. Jeffrey Reddick, the writer, or one of the creators, sorry, not the writer, the creator, he wrote a spec script for X-Files, gave it to Glenn Morgan and James Wong, the director, the producer, the writers eventually. And they tried to get it going as an X-Files episode, and it didn't work out. It sat on a shelf until they said, hey, why don't we make this as a movie? Why don't we change this to, kids and do a big line, and the rest is history.
It was cool too in Final Destination how all the kids were named after.
Yeah,
different different lore and different literary things. For sure. Do we have anyone else on? Alright. Hey, I think that we're gonna go ahead and call it on this spot. So
thank you all for showing up and listening.
Someone that absolutely creeped the hell out of most of us, Emily McClain! Samantha Graffiti! Mason McCarty! Hey guys, how we doing?
Good. Hi.
So, I'm going to kind of go back to our conversation earlier, because I said that I was going to call him out for this, and we're going to.
Okay, good.
Mason. Hey. How's it going?
I was distracting him.
We decided back in the green room that you're a dick.
We decided. Okay, so we drank a lot last night and we stayed up very late, and I am dying. And Mason's like, hey guys, and he was up later than me, and he looks great, and it's just super annoying.
He got me. Yeah. It's probably one of the, like I was telling her, it's probably one of those things where, he's like, oh, I had like 2 beers and they were big Ultras and, I'm good. But instead, it's more like the fact that he's 23 and he's like, yeah, I had 2 bottles of Jack Daniels, an ace and a half of Busch Light. Then somebody broke out moonshine. What's that?
What about the Dirty Shirleys? The Dirty Shirleys were first, that's right.
It's just good to see everybody again, I mean, I just don't want to sleep. It just makes me so happy to
I agree.
have fun with everybody. Yeah.
He can't lie though, I did see him getting coffee this morning and he was like, oh, there's not enough coffee.
That's right.
But, okay, so I'll tell you what, we are going to take questions from the audience because we're on limited time here, I know that, and let's face it, we've got 7 folks up here. 7 lovely people. So, I see that we've got some people lined up already for questions. Why don't we jump into some questions and then I'll just kind of jump in throughout. Right here, this young lady.
Okay, my question is for Antonella and Emily. Being 2 of the youngest members on the Terrifier cast, what have you learned from your older castmates?
I really don't. Okay, so I definitely looked up to my older castmates. I was 11 when I filmed Terrifier 2, so I was really new. I was in 5th grade. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. I was nervous, especially like the first day on the set. I didn't know anybody, and let me just say, David was so sweet to me, and I was nervous because he's so creepy in the movies, but he's like the nicest person in real life. which is so funny. And Damien is such a mentor to me. He is just so sweet, and I really look up to him. He's like such a genuine person, and I really appreciate that. And everyone sitting here is so genuine, and it's really good to have these type of people to look up to because I'm 15 now, so I'm learning things, especially going to these conventions. I'm definitely learning the ins and outs of like how this business works and stuff like that. So it's always good to like have people that I can lean on and help, like they can help me with stuff.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I think I was also about 11 when I started filming. It can be difficult and kind of scary and nerve-wracking to be stepping into like a franchise that has been going on for a while. But just having such a wonderful cast and crew, it just really helped the whole transition into like this. This is a completely different genre for me. So just having so many people who are there to support me really helped me throughout this journey. And I think that people always ask me, I'm scared of, for example, David and Sam, and it's just really hard to be because they always make the experience so memorable, and they always come up to me after every take and they're like, "Are you okay? I'm not scaring you. I'm not hurting you." And I'm like, I'm fine, thank you. But it just really helps to have such a wonderful and kind reception.
I have a 16-year-old daughter, and when I wrote part 3, she immediately sent it to me, text message, and she was like, first, I don't know that you should be watching this. Second, I'm really proud of you that you sent me this. And third, I don't know, screw it, let's just go see it and find out. So she fell in love with her character. We'll get to you in just a bit there, Joey. Yeah, Joey, up here.
My name is Joey Puerta here. I'm from Kings Island as a line cook in Culinary Arts Hospitality Service here. I did talk to Antonia. I met her. She is a very nice lady. When I watched Terrifier 3, I looked at her. She looked like a bit of Jenna Ortega. And also, for her, she did a very fantastic job. And she can be 5 years, she can be a future Wednesday Addams after the Wednesday TV show ends. And David Howard Thornton, he can be Uncle Fester. And David Lloyd can be directing that for the movie for Amazon Prime. What's your take?
People tell me I look like Jenna Ortega all the time. I'm like so happy because she's just beautiful, and I have been a fan of Wednesday and like the Addams Family ever since I was little. I have a poster in my theater room of the Addams Family. I literally went into a Hot Topic Friday morning, and then this lady, she went up to me and she said, "Do you look like Jenna Ortega?" Like literally all the time. I would love to see Dave as a poster. I think that would be a piece of art there.
That really kind of, puts it in your head now. Look at that young lady with a question over here, right there.
I gotta say, Art the Guy was really brutal in this one, but I gotta say something about the shower scene. It was gonna happen. I had to do. That was so freaking brutal. And then, like, when she goes like, "Oh, you're so hot," or something like that. That was wheezing on that. Was there any part anybody wants to ask? What was there any scene you thought that was brutal that besides your scene that kind of got to you after you watched the movie?
Oh my goodness, I mean, the way this movie just roller coasters up and down, just severe, everything's so severe in this, but like the severity of how much worse it just grows and hurts. But I think a really difficult one for me to watch is the rat. How many of you have seen the third one in here? Oh, so almost about everybody. Okay, so no spoilers, but well, I guess kind of spoilers, but there's a great one of the Yeah, especially just where it's happening in the movies, all hope is lost, and it's like it couldn't get worse, and it does. But yeah, that's a brutal one for me.
It's difficult for me to do, especially to work again.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I have to say a personal favorite for me was Santa's Dead. I don't know, I thought that was so creative and it was just so drawn out. I was like, put this poor guy out of his misery, please, you know? So I just thought it was creative. I think Damien has a knack for that, so that'd be my answer.
Are we all answering or just
Yeah,
discussing?
everybody, let's hear it.
Every single fucking scene in Terrifier. So yeah, there's any scene with David naked is always disturbing. So
I would say from the second, the bedroom scene, and then from the third, the rat scene. Both are super creepy.
Similar reaction with what Alexa said when I first read the script, and it was the whole Santa kill. I remember just thinking, how in hell are they gonna do that? And I remember watching it in theaters. I mean, I guess Arthur's not gonna really kill him. It was Maurice Jackson. Yeah, I just remember thinking, how are they gonna do that? And I feel like it was executed even better than I could imagine.
Well, I really appreciate everybody that comes up to my table and tells me how disturbed they feel about my death. You're very sweet. Clearly, I think that really bothers everybody. The death that really one of the only ones I actually saw, because Damien was editing it as we were shooting on set, and he showed me Chrissy's scenes that she had just filmed like a few days prior. So she's really the only one I've seen, because I close my eyes during she hasn't watched her film. I haven't watched my own death. So, and I didn't watch it when we were filming because there was a mannequin, you know, that gets basically all murdering done to it. So that's kind of weird to see a mannequin of yourself getting like manipulated, and people are like shoving things in your face, and so I was like, I don't think I'm gonna watch that. So I really haven't seen it, but I feel like Chrissy and just her scream alone is like enough to bother anybody, but it's pretty amazing.
Thank you. I think all the kills are pretty crazy. Like, even, you know, like that guy whose face ripped off, that was crazy. I mean, the shower scene still probably just Mason getting it, you know. It kind of was validating. I'm close with Catherine Corcoran, and, you know, we all know she got sawed in half, so it's sort of like, yes, he gets it now. Like, it's not just her, so that was sort of validating. I also have to say, like, the first scary thing I shot was me finding Timmy, and I read it, obviously, but I didn't think, like, we were gonna see all that, and so I remember going upstairs and, like, seeing the monitor when they're setting up, and I was like, oh my god. Like, I was just physically nauseous, so that was crazy. That wasn't really even watching it, that was just my experience of seeing what they do. So that was crazy. Yeah, definitely. You get it.
The rat scene, that was probably the most cringeworthy, but the shower scene in 3 was just brutality. Just total brutality. I love that they're high-fiving at the end because they're like, yeah, we did it! We did it! World's best cup of coffee! All right. Yeah, just what did you think? What was your, the one that you thought was the most brutal? Yeah, you. You didn't think that seeing David's ass in number 2 that was kind of brutal?
does his laundry. So respectful. I have a little daughter, and I was like, he is such a good boy. That was like her takeaway from him.
Role model. So that's been one of the big questions going around. Does Laura in the beginning? Is she? Yeah, you think?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Do we know art? Do we know who we're dealing with here?
Is it really Jonathan though?
They say yes. Everyone. Yeah.
Damien says you will find out before.
Yeah. You never can trust.
No.
You can never trust it, you know.
So I'm just curious if it wasn't Jonathan, you're shaking your head no. Who was it?
Here are I've heard theories it was the little girl. I mean, it could be any of the beginning. Yeah.
Anyone in the university. You know, it could have just done it as a decoy, but just to confuse them.
I like to think it's Mason.
She said yes. That's it. It could have been my skull. Maybe.
Maybe it's Damien.
I like to think, according to that theory, I would like to think that Art would just snake into Jonathan's armor and just probably snake the That would be funny. Hi. So I asked the other half of the cast this the other day, but I was wondering, what is your favorite behind the scenes moment while filming?
And any injuries that you physically sustained?
Yeah, it's impossible to do. Like, I had axe marks in my back. I got an axe out of my arm. Axe. Yeah, not an axe mark. Although it checks out. Yeah, I looked like someone beat the hell out of me when I got home, but it was so worth it. My favorite behind the scenes moment, it was sort of the thing I was the most afraid to shoot was just the axe coming through the door by my head. And it was such an authentic reaction. Jamie's like, like screw you, or just do like, what do you feel in that moment? And I was just like crying. I was so scared. I had like wood chips in my eyebrows and stuff, so that was pretty fun. And I liked some of the chase stuff when David's chasing me down the stairs in clown shoes. I was like, he's gonna put me through that wall. Yeah, we had so much fun though.
I would say, well, one is I guess when Sam and I were doing the big scene at the end, and I mean, now also granted, I never even met Sam. She was only in makeup. Anytime I saw her, I've never actually seen what she looked like until we finished shooting, because she was always there earlier than me. But she's trying to keep this prosthetic on her face, and she's got this contact eyeball falling out, and she's trying to keep her fingernails on, and she was just falling apart in front of me. We're trying to
my fingernails literally got stuck in your hair.
They got stuck in my hair. It was just a comedy of errors. So all that super intense scariness is going on. We're just trying to keep fingernails on her hands and stuff. So it helps to laugh.
I don't really have any bruises. I mean, I have to be honest, every single time I look at my legs or my arms or something, I'm always covered in bruises that I never even remember how I got. I'm like, how did that get there? But for behind the scenes moments, I have quite a bit. First off is my first day, my first scene I shot was at the mall. And I really liked because we were in an actual mall and they closed down part of the mall. And I just really I liked having that little part to ourselves. That was fun. And shopping around at that. And then I had this whole little behind the scenes moment. This is spoilers. In the scene where Gabby falls through a portal to hell. I was in a harness, to film it basically, and I didn't even know how to explain this, oh my god. And basically I had known when we were going to do it about a week before. So I was hyping myself up for the week, the entire week, and then the day came and I was super excited and everyone was asking me are you nervous? Are you scared? I was like, no, I'm super hyped up, I'm ready. And then I went to go film the scene. There's something that's doing everything for you harness, and as soon as Damien yelled, film it? Can I see it? She was like, yeah, I filmed it. And then she just filmed the floor the entire time because she was just so nervous for me. Yeah, I guess that's fine.
My favorite memory from set is the mashed potato story. And a lot of people know this one, but it's my favorite, so I'm telling you. So it was really cold when we were filming in upstate New York, and usually you have like a table for everybody with like snacks and stuff. And I saw this thing of like microwavable homemade, like handmade mashed potatoes where you like make your own. And I was like craving them because it was freezing, it was snowing. And so my mom made them for me. She like poured the water in and all that and made them. And I had them, they were so good. And then like an hour later, Damien was like, where are the props? Like, we need the props. Where are the props? And he starts freaking out, and they're like frantically like running around, and I'm just sitting there like, what do you guys need? And then like, they're like, where are the mashed potatoes for the mashed potato scene? Like, where are the props? And I was like, oh shoot, I ate them. So I literally ate the mashed potatoes that they were gonna use for the scene. So then I had to go all the way out. It was like in a rural area too, so I had to go to like a Walmart, like so far away, and buy more mashed potatoes for the scene because I ate the only ones that were there. Out of like all of they had so much, like so many options of snacks, you know, out of all the options, I was really feeling the mashed potatoes. So yeah, I ate the props. That's my story.
The fingernails in your hair was probably a highlight. Injuries, because that was the question, right? I had a swollen eye. Because everyone knows I have cover my eyes covered for like 20 plus hours. And an eyelash once in a while, once it gets in, you can't get it out. So that's a very joyous thing to experience multiple times. And yeah, and after we were filming, because I spent so many days in makeup, well, like 20 hours in, and I take it off, do it again, about like 2 weeks. My eye, every morning I would wake up, and it wouldn't open. So I would literally have to physically open my eye and retrain it. Now we're all good, but I love explaining how much I suffered on this film. But I would say it was definitely the fingernails, and just on a positive note, it was any time during one, because when we filmed one, we had so much time. There wasn't many of us, and so it took hours and hours just to set up the scene, to light it. And so David and I, you know, there's that video of him on the bike going around. And Damien, I was filming that, you'll probably hear my voice in the background, and we had a little bit too much fun, so, yeah.
Man, I mean, so many surreal and fun memories on that set for the third one. And I was so excited and nervous. There's so many things. I remember the first scene we shot was the dorm room sequence with Elliot, and that was a blast because I had only lightly gotten to know him a day or two before, or maybe even just a day before. And I just felt like we all hit it off. It was such a fun scene to block and do. And it was funny. We shot for a week of just principal dialogue scenes. So I was like, my introduction to work on Terrifier was super light and easy. I was like, this is no problem. I haven't seen any blood. It was great. And then we came back a little further into production for the shower scene, and it was just a week of, pretty fingers from the shower, or sticky from the blood. But man, it was a Goliath. It was a huge marathon. I just remember there was, on the last day, I had a gash prosthetic on my arm, and that thing just would not come off. So I think for like a month or two, I had like this weird tattoo looking thing on my forearm. So there's a lot of photos of me after that I'm like, that's a fake wound dude. But anyway, there was one moment that was so funny. There was a lot. One was just watching my butt prosthetic and everybody huddled around the monitor, and they're like, okay, we're about to do it. And the real chainsaw, I'm like, we're gonna do it for real. And so everybody's got their phones, and I'm like, no, I'm just looking at my butt here. And they just, the round of applause after the real was just unbelievable. And when Art has to break through the shower glass. They only had 2 panes of that, and so they were really concerned that they were going to get what they needed. And the first one, David's really good. He's going to do it, and he does it. And it only like hits the corner, and then the whole thing just like in half, just kind of just like falls over and shatters. And everyone's like, oh my god. And so then they set up the next one, and now another moment of everybody crowding on the monitor was really intense. And we're like, oh my god. And they're hyping up David, they're like, you have to, like, it's gonna be, like, you hit it here, it's gonna go here. And like, and we're like, okay. And they just waited and waited. They're even like, should we get one more? Should we call and try and get one more? Like, but it was already too late. And so everyone's huddled around, and he's waiting. David calls action. He hasn't done it yet. And then it's just perfect, and he nailed it. But he just goes, Merry Christmas! Like right in the camera. It was a beautiful moment he nailed it. Anyways, that's the one in the movie. But it was just a cool moment of everybody huddled around and just panicking, and he nails it. And it was so fun. But yeah, loved that.
I'll be short and sweet. I would say probably my favorite moment on set was also one of my final moments, and that was, we did some Mason's coverage first. I was like the very tail end, and at this point, Mia's unrecognizable. We're missing scalp, we're missing torso, we've got prosthetics head and toe, we're covered. And we've been doing this for 4 days, okay? So this is like, we're at the tail end. We have that montage where he's, right down the middle. And I get up, I'm looking like a demon, and I was like, oh, like, Damien, this was so great. Like, I don't want to give you a hug, I want to get your journey. He's like, are you joking? And he brings me into a big bear hug, and he gets completely drenched in blood. And like, that to me just says everything about him as a person, as a director. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty, and I just felt, so included, and that was such a beautiful moment and a culmination work. Oops. And then my injury response would be, I actually got a double ear infection after doing the shower scene. I was very, very ill. My hair was dyed red. My blonde streaks were dyed red from the blood. And that explains how much blood we used in that scene. I literally had it internally. So, yeah, there you go.
I didn't know that about it. We all didn't get to work together, so I love your stories. I had a prosthetic on half my head, and so there was tubing, and then the blood would gush out, but then it also gushed down my ear canal, and for literally almost 2 months, I would have a shower, and then fake blood would come out of my ears. It was insane. Terrifying.
You guys should talk to Catherine. I think we need like a support group.
Terrifier with kids.
Yeah.
But Damien gave me that blood hug too at the end. I was so that was very sweet.
It's funny that you say that about the ear infection. When we did the Evil Dead panel a few nights ago, Jane Levy was talking about how she had the same thing happen because of like the blood storm that she had to go through. So stay away from fake blood. It causes ear
Acting's
infections.
hard, okay? It's not all glamour, okay?
Get this young girl right back here. Hi. Raise your hand again. You can't see.
Terrifier 4?
That's a really good question that I don't have an answer to. I really hope so. Fingers crossed, guys. Guys, cheer if you want Hope Pilgrim back. I'd love to be back. I really would. That's a Damien question, and it's all up to Damien and where the backstory goes with Little Pale Girl and all of that, but I would hope to.
So there were a lot of references to Black Christmas and Silent Night, Deadly Night. Black Christmas is my second favorite movie of all time. Did any of you guys come into Terrifier 3 having already seen Black Christmas or Silent Night, Deadly Night, or did you see it afterwards after seeing the references and things like that?
I mean, I've seen like all of the classics. I'm a horror movie fanatic, so yes. And I was also very excited about the Shining thing. Anyways, I was so pumped. Just like we only had one door, and so the way it went through the door, it was like just perfect for him. I was like, this is too good. So yeah, that was very exciting. I love the Shining thing.
I'm the worst person to ask this question to.
I wish I could tell you that I have seen
seen a ton of horror movies, but I really haven't. But that's why this experience was so fun for me, because it really helped me to see like why people love horror so much, and especially coming to all these conventions now, just like you guys, you know, I get it. I get why people are so into it and what's so fun about it. And I think especially our movie has so much humor, and you know, it's not just a scary movie, it's about the characters and it's about their relationships, and that's the humor, and it's definitely the kills, you know, you're just like, oh my god, how is this person gonna die? So I get all that now. So maybe now I can try to go back and watch some other things.
Yeah, those movies are definitely on my watch list. I haven't really watched them yet, but I do remember after a few days after Terrifier 3 had premiered in theaters, I remember I watched a TikTok and it was like and it showed like all the references to Terrifier 3. I love The Shining one. That one was one of my favorites. And then after I saw all the references, I was like, that's so cool. And I was like, I'm gonna have to watch this one, but not yet.
No, I haven't seen those either. I haven't seen any horror movies besides Terrifier 1, 2, and 3. So I need recommendations. I don't know. I want to like get more into the genre, but I don't really know what to start with. But I like the Terrifier series.
I have a list because you fans have been lovely and have given me a list because I like Margaret Ann. I've seen all the Terrifier films, but I've covered my eyes still at every scene. I've not seen you penetrated. I refuse. But it is, those are the top two that are on my list. And when Damien told me that he was making Terrifier into a Christmas movie, I was like, what the fuck, why would you? Like, and then I got the set and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense. So I really am into now Christmas horror. I definitely watched the trailers too, so it's in the next 2 months I'm gonna, yeah.
I've seen a lot of Black Christmas, but I have not seen it all the way through. And but that was super familiar to me. Moving right into filming, because I was aware that Damien wanted to do that, so I was like, oh, that's really cool. So a lot of the look very parallel and cool like that. But I hadn't even seen the Terrifier movies before filming, so I was really freaked out by Terrifier 2. I'd seen my extent of Art the Clown knowledge was his face and the bedroom scene from Twitter. That's how I saw that. So, yeah, and then a couple months later, that's when the audition popped up. So I was like, I don't know. It really scared me. But I'm so proud of him, excited, and it was lovely. But no, Damien, his list of movies, it's just extensive of how much he loves cinema. So there's something everywhere. So I definitely loved getting that from him. So.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of that to say that I'm pretty sure I have a ever-growing list of like 100+ films between this convention and my time on the Terrifier set, because I love film, I love acting, I love movies, but you would never know it based on the conversation that I've been a part of on the Terrifier set. Everyone's dropping these like niche 70s, 80s films and directors and producers and best friends, and I'm like, who the hell are you guys talking about? Like, but I'm like, oh yeah, I love them too. So I have a lot of research to do, and then I always tell this story. I have a friend named Noah who is my designated horror-loving friend, and when I got the audition breakdown, I reached out, I was like, hey, you ever heard of this guy named Damien? You heard of this guy? He freaked out. He was like, you have to get this role. Like, I am absolutely obsessed with Terrifier. So I like that he gave me that boost because I didn't know about this lovely family, but happy to be here.
You said that Black Christmas was your second favorite. What's your first? Megan. Okay.
went to watch it, it was like in a theater all alone. It was only me and my parents, and like there were like 2 people in the back. So it was pretty. It definitely added to the scariness because it was literally like empty. I was like, okay, maybe should we go to the showing? No, it's fine.
We've got one all the way in the back there.
I'm just curious about your family's reaction to seeing anyone you were kind of hesitant or didn't want to show it to, and but if anyone had an adverse reaction.
My dad loved the Showers in the Attic scene. I'm kidding. My family saw Terrifier when it first came out when we were in Lincoln Center, and they're like a bunch of New York Italians, so like they all had a staring contest of like who would look away first, and no one looked away. They just watched it like this the whole time. And then after that, my dad was like, "Yeah, I don't need to see anymore. We're good." So they did. And then my father, who was a very big supporter of me, he's probably going to listen to this fucking panel because he's scavenged the internet through my interviews. He found out because everyone loves to ask me about the glass build, the mirror, Charnas mirror scene. So my mom knew. I told my mom, I was like, just so you know, I masturbate with the Charnas glass. It's fine, it's Damien, we're gonna do a good job. But my dad found out, and then he didn't say anything right away. The day later, he was like, yeah, I know, I heard about it. And for an hour, I was pissed. But whatever, I'm happy for you. It's everyone loves it. Great. So they don't like me.
Kind of a funny story about my friends and family seeing the film. I have some friends who have not seen the film, will not see the film, and that's totally cool. It's an American cup of tea, I totally understand. But I will say one of the most unique experiences of my life was sitting sandwiched between my mom and my boyfriend at the New York City premiere, and neither of them have ever seen a Terrifier film, and the range of emotions is truly like, you can't really quantify that. So that was super unique and honestly a great experience. Would recommend, so.
Terrifier 2 was out in theaters. I brought my grandma, and my grandma has this friend group that she like, you know, she does bridge, she plays cards, she goes golfing with them. She lives on the country club, very like put together. And so we invited her when Terrifier 2 was out, and she brought this friend group with her. And they all came out of like prim and proper, and like came, and it was in the theater, they all sat down, and like, it did not go well. Like, they had their shirts, they were like covering their eyes with their sweatshirts and their clothes. So I don't know how they feel about me anymore, but like, it was so funny. It was hilarious, because they were all just like, they were like shocked and scarred.
Well, my family has been very supportive. Funny thing is, most of my family is Brazilian, and I feel so lucky that Terrifier 3 got to be in theaters, like even in Brazil. So my family there got to watch it, and they're a small town, and so I didn't really get to see their reaction. But you know, it was literally just like my grandma and my cousins and all my aunts and uncles, and I can just imagine what the reaction must be, because me and my parents have been like hyping it up in the family group chat, and they're like, yes, we're so excited, and they're probably like, this is gonna be so cute. And my mom had known exactly, because she had been on set with me at every moment. But my dad, he went to go watch it in the theaters with me and some of my friends, and you know, Terrifier 3, it's like a combination of a lot of things, because like sometimes you'll be laughing, sometimes you'll be crying, sometimes you'll be really, really, really scared and you're running through your pants. So I just be like laughing at like a death scene, because you know, Art will be doing something funny, and then I'll just like look at my dad looking at me like you're sick. And I mean, all my friends, they were I thought they would be scared, but they were like, they were just like, graders. So you can imagine.
It's kind of odd how you get those weird looks in the theaters when you're laughing at like the most brutal death scene.
I have a younger cousin who's like a super fan, so I got the whole cast to sign something for her today, so she's going to be so excited. So she was my main like family member that was thrilled. And my mom, of course, you know, people were like, "Are you going to watch the film?" My mom's like, "No, I'm not going to go watch that film," but she's like, she's very supportive. But it's amazing how many like friends, you know, of my parents' age, like would come up to me and like, "I saw your movie's doing so great," and like people were like so thrilled. I mean, you know, it turned out to be this like huge national, you know, international film that like was exploded at the box office. So that was like so thrilling for everybody. So even if they weren't necessarily watching, they were supporting. And then my husband was at the premiere with me, and he watched more of it than I thought he was gonna watch, but then when it came to my death, I made him leave the theater. I was like, "I don't think you should watch that," because I just know him, and it would be like in his brain forever. So I'm like, let's skip that part.
I thought that was sweet. It was cute. I mean, so my daughter, at the time we shot, she was 4 years old, and she's like obsessed with her, like has been since she was like teeny. And so she finally got to meet David in real life, and he was in full makeup, so it was like, and so that was sort of the first amazing memory of like, she was so excited, and I have like videos of them singing the ABCs together on set, and just like her jumping up and down with him. It was like the cutest. And then when it came out, I went to like the world premiere of Fantastic Fest with like a lot of the cast was there, Sarah was there, yeah, you were. I was like, am I lying? No, yes, you were there. And none of us had seen it, and even Damien, I think he said like the mix came in 2 hours before, so he was like, I watched it all the way through. Like, so we were all so nervous, and I brought my mom and my stepdad, and my stepdad has never seen a horror movie, and never mind, like Terrifier in a theater. He was so angry, like so fired up the whole weekend, like he was so mad. But my mom, like now is walking around with Terrifier t-shirts, so that's pretty cool. And then the other best part was I stayed good friends with like the moms from my daughter's preschool, and they wanted to go to the theater together and support me, but they also hate horror movies, and so they went and just like I filmed them the whole movie. Like one of them had their son's blanket and like headphones, so she brought her own, so it was like noise canceling, and like one of them left. She's like, I'm sorry, I have to go. So that was pretty amazing, just like the preschool moms. And then David came to my daughter's birthday party, and then they're like, "Oh, who are you?" He's like, "Oh, I'm the clown." And they're like, like, no. So that was pretty awesome.
Hey guys, my question is, how much did the story change over filming, and did anybody's death scene change?
Yes. Every single film, I thought I was dead. The first movie, I believe early on before we started filming, Damien did link my character to the person in the beginning when they were doing the interview, it was just a past victim. So that got changed. In 2, we had, there's a story, I mean, I've spoken about this a lot, and David has too. We filmed with Chris Jericho where Art was going to come out of the back of my head. And the Malignant came out. We hadn't even edited the scene, and the Malignant came out. David's like, so there's an identical scene to what we shot. I don't know how the fuck they even knew that, but we're gonna need to refilm. I'll think about it, and then I'll get back to you. So 2 months later, he hits me up and he goes, "Okay, I got it. Art the Clown, he's gonna come through your." Great, let's do it. So we did that, and then I had no idea where Vicky was gonna. The epiphany to go the direction that he did, and now I'm very, very, very dead, and so that I didn't know, that stayed the same.
Well, okay, originally at the end of ours, we were sitting around the table eating Uncle Greg's face, and that was gonna be rough. And but then there's some other one came out that had a Thanksgiving scene or something.
That was Thanksgiving, yeah.
Okay.
No, that was a 10-page scene. No, it was like a 20-page scene. He cut it down to 10, and it was around the dinner table.
Yeah.
Something to you that was terrible.
Yeah, we were all
But we were all sitting there eating a piece of Uncle Greg, right? He was making.
I don't know if all this is public knowledge, so I don't know how much we're allowed to tell. But
But yeah, so I was happy that we didn't have to do that.
yeah, cannibalism seems to be in the ether right now. But there was a lot that I don't know if we're allowed to say, but we had to adjust that final scene for sure. And there was a lot happening to a lot that was very degrading. So we can only allow your imagination to go.
I don't know what I can say. Basically, I think I got the first script, and then I was reading up until the end, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, and I really liked it. And it was basically Gabby had to watch her mother die, and I was like, okay, like I see it. And he called me after I said I finished reading it, and he was like, how is it? I was like, I love this, and he was like, yeah, I thought about it, and I was like, maybe, he said, maybe we're not gonna have a child watch her mother die. So yeah, a lot did change in that final scene. So if you think it was gruesome, the first cut of the script was insane.
For me, I don't know if it was the same for you, but after a lot of the audition process, Damien had a Zoom call, and he offered the role, but what he did was, because everything was really like locked in, like you couldn't read the script or anything, but he's like, I'm gonna send you one thing, you can't show this to anybody, and it was just one PDF of the shower scene, just to make sure that was something I was comfortable signing on doing, which is super awesome and considerate, and that was amazing. But I found it on my phone recently, and I didn't realize that you live a little longer than me in the OG version. So like, I get it, I'm out, and then he just keeps going. I think in your character, there was a couple of things that were different, and I just totally did not remember. But I also felt like that was such a funny way to offer the movie. It was like, yeah, the part two was, if you're okay with this, and I saw this game. It was awesome. But
yeah, when we get the script, we didn't have, some scenes are left out when you get the script, and then they tell you later what's gonna happen. But you definitely have some blank spots, like, and something happens here, and then it skips to the next part. So you never know.
I mean, mine, it was basically exactly, and I was like, wow, this is like a long opening. Like, I think it was like 13 minutes or something, and I was like, oh, I was like, maybe it'll get it cut down, and it was really cool that he like basically made like a short film at the beginning of the movie, and I like that the way he set the tone. It was so like sadistic and dark, and then the middle part was sort of fun, like watching the chainsaw and all that stuff, and you're like laughing having fun, and then it gets really sadistic again at the end. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, everything was pretty much exactly the same. Damien's is great. It's just such a great director because he was like, he'll talk to you about dialogue. He's like, is there anything, but I actually thought his dialogue was spot on. I was really excited about it, and then I really realized how he sent me storyboards, like how far he was gonna go with it, and I had to do apparently more molds than anyone in the movie. I had to do a lot of, so I was like, okay, we're really gonna like show a lot of things here. So that was fun. I was sort of prepared because of the rework we had to do.
Amelie, I've just got to ask you, how cool is it to you as, you were 11 years old when you filmed Terrifier 2. How cool is it now to come out to places like this, see people dressed as your character, and how cool was it to have your own phone go pop?
I had no clue that Terrifier was gonna blow up like it did. Like when I was 11, flying to New York to film this, it was like just tiny and like I was just doing it for like experience and to get better. And I had such a blast filming it, and then I had to keep myself a secret for the next few years because Little Pale Girl was a secret, and it was really hard for me to not tell anybody that I was going to be in this Terrifier 2. And then it came out, and I went to one of the premieres in New York City, and I was 11 when I filmed it. I was 13 at the premiere, and it just like immediately blew up. And all of a sudden, like everyone from my school starts talking about it, and they're like, "Oh, Amelie, like you're in Terrifier 2," and like they're sending me like edits on TikTok, like myself It's crazy. And yeah, seeing all the cute little ones in the little pilgrim costumes are so adorable. I love that. It's just crazy that my character is like so big that people want to dress as it. It's insane. And the Funko Pop is crazy. I am so excited about that. That just came out. You do? It's so awesome. I love signing those. And when I was little, I used to buy Funko Pops. I bought my own, and it's crazy that now I literally am one. Like, that is insane to me, and I would have never, ever thought that this would go the way it did, and I'm so happy.
Oh, I have to tell you something really funny. My daughter is obsessed with her character, and she wears her costume just for no reason. And at school one day, she goes to her private school, she has to be everywhere, always wear uniforms. And one day they're like, you can dress like your best self, and she dressed like you. She got to meet her in makeup yesterday, and now it's just like her head exploded.
She's so sweet. She dressed like me?
She dressed like you.
For the, like,
and
dress
it's like a Christian school.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
All right, folks. Well, let's end it with a question over here.
You guys cast are pretty good job so far too. And I have a question for Bianca. Will your character be back resurrected as a good guy in Terrifier 4?
Victoria,
my bad.
No, you're good. Actually, you said Veronica, right?
Yeah.
My boyfriend's mother always refers to my character as Veronica, so that's a very strange coincidence. I like that. Will she come back?
Yeah, come back as a normal person to fight the Arthur Clown and
I pray to God. I would love to not wear a prosthetic. I would love to finish the series with them. I always joke about the prosthetics, but I love every single one of. Damien's a genius, so if I could be involved in the 4th, that would be amazing. But I'll tell you, if I'm not, you'll forget about me, because whatever Damien does is going to be the best version of Terrifier, and I'm just excited now as a fan. So I hope so, but we'll see.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Yeah, you're a good person, and I hope Terrifier 4 will be distributed by Neon or A24.
No, fuck them. We want to stay independent.
Okay, travelers, we are at the booth of Mitch O'Connell. Very cool blacklight reactive posters. This Joe, Bob, and Darcy related one. And this Faster Pussycat Kill poster. Fantastic, guys. You'll recognize him from Texas Frightmare. Love what he does, guys. And they are rolled in easy to carry Mylar bags. It makes it very easy, guys. If you're wanting to check out his products, make sure to hit that QR code right there so it will take you where you need to go. Now, guys, if you are into good physical media, you would definitely want to be familiar with TerraVision. I love this company because they have awesome Blu-rays, but one of the things that I absolutely love the most about this company is right here, guys. Their selection of cassettes for all types of our favorite horror properties. You know, we have the Linnea Quigley horror workout, which I bought, and I have other ones. I bought the Monster Squad one also this weekend. Other ones that I really enjoy are the Freddy's Nightmares one and the People Under the Stairs one. I want to collect as many of these as possible. Very good prices, guys. So if you're interested, go ahead and look up TerraVision and check out the fun. Alright, guys, I remember this vendor here from the New England area, especially my Great Day in Salem video. This is the art of Matthew Lynham. Great items, guys. Absolutely enjoy what they bring to the horror scene, guys. I love the pennants, like this Midsummer Festival one. I really want this Elvira Hold Down of Horror shirt, so I'm thinking that's going to come home with me. That may be one of my Texas Frightmare shirts, guys. What do you think? But if you are a fan of any of these prints on these shirts right here, you'll definitely want to check them out right here. follow Matt right there and check out the goodies he has in store for you. Now, this is another business that I absolutely love seeing. This is Creepy Customs. Now, if you are a cosplayer and you are someone that is very strict in regards to being screen accurate, they have you taken care of here. Like, check out the attention to detail on their products, guys. And they really do their research. I mean, they look up and find the actual products that were used in the movies, and they really go through every single detail to get everything right, guys. So I love that part. So if you, it doesn't matter if you're a Michael Myers guy, if you're a Jason guy, if you're a Leatherface guy, they have you taken care of for sure, guys. You definitely want to make sure to hit them up. Alright guys, to give you an idea of what they have here, they even have masks here that have been rehauled to give you that extra screen accurate feel, guys. Like, check out that Leatherface right there, man. That is an absolute beauty. And then of course you have the shape right here, and that looks, ooh, beautiful. So guys, if you are interested, you want to make sure to check out Creepy Customs right here and find all of their materials in regards to costumes, props, reps, everything. And also you want to check out Shape Studios, guys. So if you're just wanting to take that basic mask and step it up to the next level, got you covered. Let me show you the QR code where you can go. And there you go, travelers, right there, right on our Instagram. Give them a shout out. Guys, I'm here at Puncture Wound Pins, and you know they are family here. I want to show you a little bit of what they have to offer. And I love about this business that they offer all types of different sizes with the pins, man. And Felicia let me know that they have a very massive pin coming later. Stay tuned for that. That will be on a future vlog, guys, but you do not want to miss that. And you know, they make sure to have every single one of our favorite types of films, guys. We have like this Terrifier one right here. Guys, check out the glasses. We love that. And that's very cool. It's a lot of fun, and they have incorporated this very cool handmade pin board here so that you can, you know, make it an extra arty type of project for your house. So it makes it very cool to see all these magnificent things. We even have magnets and fantastic quality, guys. So if you are a fan, you definitely want to make sure to check out Puncture Wound Pins. QR code right there where you can find them. Find them on Instagram and check out Puncture Wound Pins, guys. Alright guys, and we have Halftone Horror. They did an amazing job this weekend because they had exclusive Maxine Trilogy shirts and poster, which I had to grab, guys. And I got Ty West to actually sign my poster, so I'm extremely happy about that, guys. They have all types of cool shirts, posters, hats, stickers, pins, everything you can imagine. So find them out right there. Halftone Horror. You won't be sorry. Guys, I'm here at Skags of the Living Dead. He had some very cool items here that I wanted to show you guys. Love these mother's heads, Lucky Charms. We have some dead heads here for the Gilman. And we even have the Thing blood test. Look at those creatures right there. Hey, don't trust Palmer, man. Don't trust him, he doesn't look right. And we have some very cool figures right here, guys. Look at that, the Fly one. That is so sick, guys. So if you're into the products that are available here that Skags of the Living Dead has to offer, you want to make sure to check out the business right there on Instagram. You have plenty of other products to check out. You won't be sorry, guys. Okay, travelers, we are at the booth here of Zante Jewelry. Check out this amazing quality hand-cast nickel-free jewelry. We have all types of properties, like you have the Gremlins, we have Scream, we have Chucky, Trick or Treat. Oh man, we have Beetlejuice. I like all of these, guys, and they are very nice, guys. I'm really liking them. They make for wonderful gifts. I didn't like the pick ones over here. So we have the Hellfire Club, the Cure. Guys, if you're interested and you want to check out more, you can find Santee Jewelry right there. We have the one-man riot here. I have a few of the one-man riot posters. I'm digging that King Payman Hereditary poster. I love that Art the Clown when riffing on Mr. Burns. That's a pretty sick one right there. I'm digging it, guys. So if you are interested, you definitely want to look up One Man Riot on Instagram for sure. They will definitely take good care of you. Travelers, we are at the table of Blood Scream Comics, and I know a lot of you all are big fans of comic books, and especially if they have a horror twist, guys. So you definitely don't want to miss what they have for you to check out. Look at these titles. Tales of Scary Mary. We have The Curly Killer, The Barn, guys. So if you are into horror comics, if you know, are a fan of like that old school EC Comics feel that gives you that just very nasty, decrepit feel, and you just can't help but turn the next page, this is definitely something you would want to be interested in, guys. Like, check it out. Splatter University. Look at these covers, guys. Oh man, aren't you glad the Comics Code is gone, guys? That's so cool. So guys, check them out for sure. They have all types of cool titles, and if you're interested, go to bloodscreamcomics.com. Now, travelers, if you guys saw my live stream from the previous days, Friday and Saturday, you will see that there were plenty of prints available, and now there are just a few left, guys. That's the sign of great quality and happy attendees. This is the table for the art of Sarah Deck. You'll want to check her out right there on Instagram, Sarah_Deck_art, and also SarahDeck.com. But she had a fantastic Pearl and X related prints that were totally fantastic. We have a Bela Lugosi one, we have Cat People, the Babadook, all of our favorite titles. This Black Sunday one is absolutely beautiful, guys. So that is one that I may have to get in the future, because I eventually want to catch Barbara Steele at a con. So one of these days I'll get lucky. But in the meanwhile, guys, if you're interested, you want to check out some of this amazing artwork, go to SarahDeck.com. Okay, travelers, I am at the booth here of Stephen Holiday. I am a follower of his on Instagram. I absolutely really enjoy his artwork. I have come across his artwork through to one of the travelers, Dave, who purchased one of his posters in order to have me get Melissa Barrera to sign it, and she absolutely loves that print, and she actually has one in her possession in her house. So that's very cool to know that this business is definitely to the liking of the horror celebs as well. So guys, if you want to check out the artwork of Steven, you can find them right there on Facebook, Instagram, and his website. travelers, that will do it for me here at Horrorhound 2025 Spring Edition. An amazing event, guys. I've become pretty used to how awesome Horrorhound is. If you've never attended, I highly recommend checking it out. Had a fantastic time. My highlight is meeting Ty West. Absolutely fantastic guy. He signed my Maxine Trilogy poster that I obtained here at this particular event, and I will definitely cherish that. I look forward to seeing him again in a few months at Texas Frightmare, which is my favorite horror convention. So guys, if you like what you saw in this particular video, go ahead and give me one of those Ash Williams severed hands, aka a thumbs up, the like button. Comment in regards to anything that you enjoyed about this particular convention vid. And lastly, if you want to stick around, if you're a horror fan that loves the genre, talking horror with great people and just enjoying the convention scene, stick around and hit that subscribe button and make sure that the notification bell is on, travelers. You don't want to miss out on future content. Well guys, I am your travel guide Brendan, signing off and letting you know that it is scary in those streets. So let me know that you made it home safely.